Point 1 Introduction. Successful organizations have found that a strategic management process helps them achieve their goals within a dynamic and competitive environment. Strategic management is a comprehensive process designed for firms to best use their resources and capabilities to provide superior firm performance. Analysis of the external, competitive, and internal environments help shape the strategies that a firm pursues to be successful. Strategies are broad goals that, as accomplished, help the organization move forward toward its vision. Strategy formation goes back to ancient times, particularly used in warfare. Although not perfect, the strategic management process creates a framework for an organization to look outside of itself and set a course for success. The remaining chapters in this textbook walk students through this framework, providing tools for diagnosing the external, competitive, and internal environments to the development and implementation of strategies. The process should always be performed with a framework of corporate ethics and values to limit the temptation to cross the line where an organization should not go. Figure 1.1. Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla. Will Tesla make it? On January 7, 2020, Tesla Incorporated became the most valuable U.S. automaker in history. Valued at $81.39 billion, Tesla passed Ford Motor Company as most valuable. Approximately 2 weeks later, Tesla passed Volkswagen to become the second most valuable car company worldwide. Still well behind Toyota, which has a $233 billion market capitalization, Tesla's growth is unprecedented in the automotive industry. Can Tesla become number one worldwide? Despite tremendous growth, Tesla has its share of problems as well. Its founder, Elon Musk, tweeted that the company's stock price was too high, sending the stock tumbling. The Model 3 lost consumer reports recommendations, and COVID-19 shutdowns of factories slowed production. These problems raise serious questions. Will Elon's Twitter use continue to cause problems? Are the quality problems going to tank Tesla's growth? Can Tesla emerge from the COVID-19 shutdown successfully? The company faces stiff competition from automakers attempting to regain their footholds in a highly aggressive market. Competitors are attempting to compete in the same areas as Tesla. Porsche's Taycan, a Tesla competitor, got a huge win with a purchase from Bill Gates. As competitors continue to develop autonomous capabilities and better electric batteries, will Tesla continue to dominate U.S. auto markets? 1.2 What is strategic management? Defining strategic management. Issues such as those currently faced by Tesla are the focus of strategic management because they help answer the key question examined by strategic management. Why do some firms outperform other firms? More specifically, strategic management examines how actions and events involving top executives, such as Elon Musk, firms, Tesla, and industries, the electric car market, influence a firm's success or failure. Strategic management involves the utilization or planned allocation of resources to implement major initiatives taken by executives on behalf of stakeholders to improve performance of firms in an environment. Formal tools exist for understanding these relationships, and many of these tools are explained and applied in this book. But formal tools are not enough. Creativity is just as important to strategic management. Mastering strategy is therefore part art and part science. This introductory chapter is intended to enable students to understand what strategic management is and why it is important. Because strategy is a complex concept, we begin by explaining what strategy is. Types of strategies and the history and critique of strategic management are introduced. Lastly, students are presented with the process of strategic management that firms use. Defining strategy is not simple. Strategy is a complex concept that involves many different processes and activities within an organization. It involves goals and objectives that an organization needs to achieve to be successful in the marketplace. The development of these goals, however, requires a strategic management process to be done correctly and thoroughly. A strategy is typically a higher-level, broad goal, without a lot of specifics. It is long-term in nature. It provides the direction that an organization wants to move toward to be more successful. New or revised strategies may be developed as a result of changes in the business environment, such as what happened during the COVID-19 pandemic. Firms also routinely revise or create new strategies, often annually, by assessing and reacting to external and competitive forces and to maximize organizational performance. By identifying their resources and capabilities, firms attempt to deploy these through strategies that will give them a competitive advantage, so consumers will buy their product or service instead of a competitor's. Key takeaway. Strategic management focuses on firms and the different strategies that they use to become and remain successful. Firms develop strategies or longer-range goals to achieve success in the competitive marketplace. In the dynamic environment in which firms exist, firms may alter their strategies as conditions change. 1.3 Intended, emergent, and realized strategies. A few years ago, a consultant posed a question to thousands of executives. Is your industry facing overcapacity and fierce price competition? All but one said yes. The only no came from the manager of a unique operation, the Panama Canal. This manager was fortunate to be in charge of a venture whose services are desperately needed by shipping companies and that offers the only simple route linking the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. The canal's success could be threatened if transoceanic shipping were to cease or if a new canal were built. Both of these possibilities are extremely remote, however, so the Panama Canal appears to be guaranteed to have many customers for as long as anyone can see into the future. When an organization's environment is stable and predictable, strategic planning can provide enough of a strategy for the organization to gain and maintain success. The executives leading the organization can simply create a plan and execute it, and they can be confident that their plan will not be undermined by changes over time. But as the consultant's experience shows, only a few executives, such as the manager of the Panama Canal, enjoy a stable and predictable situation. Because change affects the strategies of almost all organizations, understanding the concepts of intended, emergent, and realized strategies is important. Table 1.1. Also relevant are deliberate and unrealized strategies. The relationships among these 5 concepts are presented in Figure 1.3, a model of intended, deliberate, and realized strategy, Mintzberg and Waters, 1985. Intended strategy. An intended strategy is the strategy that an organization hopes to execute. Intended strategies are usually described in detail within an organization's strategic plan. When a strategic plan is created for a new venture, it is called a business plan. As an undergraduate student at Yale in 1965, Frederick Smith had to complete a business plan for a proposed company as a class project. His plan described a delivery system that would gain efficiency by routing packages through a central hub and then pass them to their destinations. A few years later, Smith started Federal Express, funding Universe ND, a company whose strategy closely followed the plan laid out in his class project. FedEx has achieved a ranking among the world's most admired companies according to Fortune magazine. Certainly, Smith's intended strategy has worked out far better than even he could have dreamed. Donahoe, 2011, Memphis Business Journal, 2011. Emergent strategy. Emergent strategy has also played a role at Federal Express. An emergent strategy is an unplanned strategy that arises in response to unexpected opportunities and/or challenges. Sometimes emergent strategies result in disasters. In the mid-1980s, FedEx deviated from its intended strategy's focus on package delivery to capitalize on an emerging technology, facsimile, fax, machines. The firm developed a service called Zapmail that involved documents being sent electronically via fax machines between FedEx offices and then being delivered to customers' offices. FedEx executives hoped that Zapmail would be a success because it reduced the delivery time of a document from overnight to just a couple of hours. Unfortunately, the Zapmail system had many technical problems that frustrated customers. Even worse, FedEx failed to anticipate that many businesses would simply purchase their own fax machines. Zapmail was shut down, and FedEx lost hundreds of millions of dollars following its failed emergent strategy. In retrospect, FedEx made a costly mistake by venturing outside of the domain that was central to its intended strategy, package delivery, funding universe, ND. Emergent strategies can also lead to tremendous success. Southern Bloomer Manufacturing Company was founded to make underwear for use in prisons and mental hospitals. Many managers of such institutions believe that the underwear made for retail markets by companies such as Calvin Klein and Hanes is simply not suitable for the people under their care. Instead, underwear issued to prisoners needs to be sturdy and durable to withstand the rigors of prison activities and laundering. To meet these needs, Southern Bloomers began selling underwear made of heavy cotton fabric. An unexpected opportunity led Southern Bloomer to go beyond its intended strategy of serving institutional needs for durable underwear. Just a few years after opening, Southern Bloomer's performance was excellent. It was servicing the needs of about 125 facilities, but unfortunately, this was creating a vast amount of scrap fabric. An attempt to use the scrap as stuffing for pillows had failed, so the scrap was being sent to landfills. This was not only wasteful, but also costly. One day, co-founder Don Sonner visited a gun shop with his son. Sonner had no interest in guns, but he quickly spotted a potential use for his scrap fabric during this visit. The patches that the gun shop sold to clean the inside of gun barrels were of poor quality. According to Sonner, when he saw one of those flimsy woven patches they sold that unraveled when you touch them, I said, "Man, that's what I can do with this scrap fabric." Unlike other gun cleaning patches, the patches that Southern Bloomer sold did not give off threads or lint, two byproducts that hurt guns' accuracy and reliability. The patches quickly became popular with the military, police departments, and individual gun enthusiasts. Before long, Southern Bloomer was selling thousands of pounds of patches per month. A casual trip to a gun store unexpectedly gave rise to a lucrative emergent strategy, Wells, 2002. Realized strategy. A realized strategy is the strategy that an organization actually follows. Realized strategies are a product of a firm's intended strategy, i.e., what the firm planned to do, the firm's deliberate strategy, i.e., the parts of the intended strategy that the firm continues to pursue over time, and its emergent strategy, i.e., what the firm did in reaction to unexpected opportunities and challenges. In the case of FedEx, the intended strategy devised by its founder many years ago, fast package delivery via a centralized hub, remains a primary driver of the firm's realized strategy. For Southern Bloomers Manufacturing Company, realized strategy has been shaped greatly by both its intended and emergent strategies, which center on underwear and gun cleaning patches. In other cases, firms' original intended strategies are long forgotten. An unrealized strategy refers to the abandoned parts of the intended strategy. When aspiring author David McConnell was struggling to sell his books, he decided to offer complimentary perfume as a sales gimmick. McConnell's books never did escape the stench of failure, but his perfume soon took on the sweet smell of success. The California Perfume Company was formed to market the perfumes. This firm evolved into the personal care products juggernaut known today as Avon. For McConnell, his dream to be a successful writer was an unrealized strategy, but through Avon, a successful realized strategy was driven almost entirely by opportunistically capitalizing on change through emergent strategy. Strategy at the movies. The social network. Figure 1.4. The social network demonstrates how founder Mark Zuckerberg's intended strategy gave way to an emergent strategy via the creation of Facebook. Did Harvard University student Mark Zuckerberg set out to build a billion-dollar company with more than 2.6 billion active users? Not hardly. As shown in 2010's The Social Network, Zuckerberg's original concept in 2003 had a dark nature. After being dumped by his girlfriend, a bitter Zuckerberg created a website called FaceMash, where the attractiveness of young women could be voted on. This evolved first into an online social network called the Facebook that was for Harvard students only. When the network became surprisingly popular, it then morphed into Facebook, a website open to everyone. Facebook is so pervasive today that it has changed the way we speak, such as the word friend being used as a verb. Ironically, Facebook's emphasis on connecting with existing and new friends is about as different as it could be from Zuckerberg's original mean-spirited concept. Certainly, Zuckerberg's emergent and realized strategies turned out to be far nobler than the intended strategy that began his adventure in entrepreneurship. Key takeaway. Most organizations create intended strategies that they hope to follow to be successful. Over time, however, changes in an organization's situation give rise to new opportunities and challenges. Organizations respond to these changes using emergent strategies. Realized strategies are a product of both intended and emergent strategies. 1.4 The history of strategic management. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. George Santayana, The Life of Reason. Santayana's quote has strong implications for strategic management. The history of strategic management can be traced back several thousand years. Great wisdom about strategy can be acquired by understanding the past, but ignoring the lessons of history can lead to costly strategic mistakes that could have been avoided. Certainly, the present offers very important lessons. Businesses can gain knowledge about what strategies do and do not work by studying the current actions of other businesses. But this section discusses two less obvious sources of wisdom. 1. Strategy in ancient times, and 2. Military strategy. This section also briefly traces the development of strategic management as a field of study. Strategic management borrows many ideas from ancient uses of strategy over time. The following anecdotes provide a few notable examples of historical actions that remain relevant for the study of modern strategy. Indeed, the Greek verb strategos means army leader, and the idea of stratego, from which we get the word strategy, refers to the idea of destroying one's enemies through the effective use of resources. Table 1.2 Strategy in Ancient Times. 1491 BC. Moses uses hierarchical delegation of authority during the Exodus from Egypt. Dividing a large set of people into smaller groups creates a command structure that enables strategies to be implemented. 500 BC. Sun Tzu's The Art of War provides a classic handbook on military strategy with numerous business applications, such as the idea, to win without fighting is the best. This type of approach was used by businesses, such as Gap Incorporated, when they decided to create their own stores rather than competing for shelf space for their clothing within traditional department stores. 70 BC. Roman poet Virgil tells the story of the Trojan horse, a classic strategic ploy where the Greek forces hid a select number of soldiers in a large wooden horse that the Trojan army took into their heavily guarded city gates. Once inside the city, Greek soldiers were able to open the gates and allow in reinforcements, which eventually led to the end of the war. c. 530. King Arthur rules Britain. Legend says he made his famed round table so that no one, including him, would be seen as above the others. His mission to find the Holy Grail serves as an exemplar for the importance of the central mission to guide organizational actions. Strategy in ancient times. Perhaps the earliest known discussion of strategy is offered in the Old Testament of the Bible, Bracker, 1980. Approximately 3,500 years ago, Moses faced quite a challenge after leading his fellow Hebrews out of enslavement in Egypt. Moses was overwhelmed as the lone strategist at the helm of a nation that may have exceeded 1 million people. Based on advice from his father-in-law, Moses began delegating authority to other leaders, each of whom oversaw a group of people. This hierarchical delegation of authority created a command structure that freed Moses to concentrate on the biggest decisions and helped him implement his strategies. Table 1.2, Strategy in Ancient Times. Similarly, the demands of strategic management today are simply too much for a chief executive officer, the top leader of a company, to handle alone. Many important tasks are thus entrusted to vice presidents and other executives. In ancient China, strategist and philosopher Sun Tzu offered thoughts on strategy that continue to be studied carefully by business and military leaders today. Sun Tzu's best-known work is The Art of War. As this title implies, Sun Tzu emphasized the creative and deceptive aspects of strategy. One of Sun Tzu's ideas that has numerous business applications is that winning a battle without fighting is the best way to win. Apple's behavior in the personal computer business offers a good example of this idea in action. Many computer makers such as Toshiba, Acer, and Lenovo compete with one another based primarily on price. This leads to price wars that undermine the computer maker's profits. In contrast, Apple prefers to develop unique features for its computers, features that have created a fiercely loyal set of customers. Apple boldly charges far more for its computers than its rivals charge for theirs. Apple does not even worry much about whether its computer software is compatible with the software used by most other computers. Rather than fighting a battle with other firms, Apple wins within the computer business by creating its own unique market and by attracting a set of loyal customers. Sun Tzu would probably admire Apple's approach. Perhaps the most famous example of strategy in ancient times revolves around the Trojan horse. According to legend, Greek soldiers wanted to find a way to enter the gates of Troy and attack the city from the inside. They devised a ploy that involved creating a giant wooden horse, hiding soldiers inside the horse, and offering the horse to the Trojans as a gift. The Trojans were fooled and brought the horse inside their city. When night arrived, the hidden Greek soldiers opened the gates for their army, leading to a Greek victory. In modern times, the term Trojan horse refers to gestures that appear on the surface to be beneficial to the recipient, but that mask a sinister intent. Computer viruses also are sometimes referred to as Trojan horses. A far more noble approach to strategy than the Greeks is attributed to King Arthur of Britain. Unlike the hierarchical approach to organizing Moses used, Arthur allegedly considered himself and each of his knights to have an equal say in plotting the group's strategy. Indeed, the group is thought to have held its meetings at a round table so that no voice, including Arthur's, would be seen as more important than the others. The choice of furniture in modern executive suites is perhaps revealing. Most feature rectangular meeting tables, perhaps signaling that one person, the chief executive officer, is in charge. Another implication for strategic management offered by King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table involves the concept of mission. Their vigorous search to find the Holy Grail, the legendary cup used by Jesus and his disciples at the Last Supper, serves as an exemplar for the importance of a central mission to guide organizational strategy and actions. Lessons offered by military strategy. Key military conflicts and events have shaped the understanding of strategic management. Table 1.3. Indeed, the word strategy has its roots in warfare. The Greek verb strategos means army leader, and the idea of stratego, from which we get the word strategy, refers to defeating an enemy by effectively using resources. Bracker, 1980. A book written nearly 500 years ago is still regarded by many as an insightful guide for conquering and ruling territories. Niccolò Machiavelli's 1532 book The Prince offers clever recipes for success to government leaders. Some of the book's suggestions are quite devious, and the word Machiavellian is used today to refer to acts of deceit and manipulation. Two wars fought on American soil provide important lessons about strategic management. In the late 1700s, the American Revolution pitted the American colonies against mighty Great Britain. The Americans relied on non-traditional tactics, such as guerrilla warfare and the strategic targeting of British officers. Although these tactics were considered by Great Britain to be barbaric, they later became widely used approaches to warfare. The Americans owed their success in part to help from the French Navy, illustrating the potential value of strategic alliances. Nearly a century later, Americans turned on one another during the Civil War. After 4 years of hostilities, the Confederate States were forced to surrender. Historians consider the Confederacy to have had better generals, but the Union possessed greater resources, such as factories and railroad lines. As many modern companies have discovered, sometimes good strategies simply cannot overcome a stronger adversary. Two wars fought on Russian soil also offer insights. In the 1800s, a powerful French invasion force was defeated in part by the brutal nature of Russian winters. In the 1940s, a similar fate befell German forces during World War II. Against the advice of some of his leading generals, Adolf Hitler ordered his army to conquer Russia. Like the French before them, the Germans were able to penetrate deep into Russian territory. As George Santayana had warned, however, the forgotten past was about to repeat itself. Horrific cold stopped the German advance. Russian forces eventually took control of the combat, and Hitler committed suicide as the Russians approached the German capital, Berlin. 5 years earlier, Germany ironically had benefited from an opponent ignoring the strategic management lessons of the past. In ancient times, the Romans had assumed that no army could cross a mountain range known as the Alps. An enemy general named Hannibal put his men on elephants, crossed the mountains, and caught Roman forces unprepared. French commanders made a similar bad assumption in 1940. When Germany invaded Belgium, and then France, in 1940, its strategy caught French forces by surprise. Figure 1.5, General Hannibal from Carthage, who led his troops on elephants to cross the Alps to attack the Romans. The top French commanders assumed that German tanks simply could not make it through a thickly wooded region known as the Ardennes Forest. As a result, French forces did not bother preparing a strong defense in that area. Most of the French army and their British allies instead protected against a small, diversionary force that the Germans had sent as a deception to the north of the forest. German forces made it through the forest, encircled the Allied forces, and started driving them toward the ocean. Many thousands of French and British soldiers were killed or captured. In retrospect, the French generals had ignored an important lesson of history. Do not make assumptions about what your adversary can and cannot do. Executives who make similar assumptions about their competitors put their organization's performance in jeopardy. Strategic management often borrows lessons as well as metaphors from classic military strategy. For example, major business decisions are often categorized as strategic, while more minor decisions, such as small changes in price or the opening of a new location, are referred to as tactical decisions. Here are a few select examples of classic military strategies that hold insights for strategic decisions today. Table 1.3 Classic Military Strategy 1532. Machiavelli's book The Prince offers clever recipes for success to government leaders. Some of the book's suggestions are quite devious, and the word Machiavellian comes to refer to acts of deceit and manipulation. 1775. The American Revolutionary War between the United States and Great Britain begins. Weaker American forces win the war in part by relying on non-traditional tactics such as guerrilla warfare and the strategic targeting of British officers. They also depend on help from the French Navy, illustrating the potential value of strategic alliances. 1815. Napoleon's defeat at Waterloo demonstrates how spreading resources too thin can result in defeat of even one of the most famed militaries of all time. 1865. The American Civil War ends. Historians consider the Confederacy to have had better generals, but the Union possessed greater resources. Sometimes good strategies simply cannot overcome a stronger adversary. 1944. Following a series of deceptions designed to confuse and fool German forces, the Allies launched the D-Day invasion in an effort to liberate Europe from Nazi control. Strategic management as a field of study. Universities contain many different fields of study, including physics, literature, chemistry, computer science, and engineering. Some fields of study date back many centuries, e.g., literature, while others, such as computer science, have emerged only in recent years. Strategic management has been important throughout history, but the evolution of strategic management into a field of study has mostly taken place over the past century. A few of the key business and academic events that have helped the field develop are discussed next. The ancient Chinese strategist Sun Tzu made it clear that strategic management is partially art, but it is also part science. Major steps toward developing the scientific aspect of strategic management were taken in the early 20th century by Frederick W. Taylor. In 1911, Taylor published The Principles of Scientific Management. The book was a response to Taylor's observation that most tasks within organizations were organized haphazardly. Taylor believed that businesses would be much more efficient if management principles were derived through scientific investigation. In The Principles of Scientific Management, Taylor stressed how organizations could become more efficient through identifying the one best way of performing important tasks. Implementing Taylor's principles was thought to have saved railroad companies hundreds of millions of dollars. Although many later works disputed the merits of trying to find the one best way, Taylor's emphasis on maximizing organizational performance became the core concern of strategic management as the field developed. Also in the early 20th century, automobile maker Henry Ford emerged as one of the pioneers of strategic management among industrial leaders. At the time, cars seemed to be a luxury item for wealthy people. Ford adopted a unique strategic perspective, however, and boldly offered the vision that he would make cars the average family could afford. Building on ideas about efficiency from Taylor and others, Ford organized assembly lines for creating automobiles that lowered costs dramatically. Despite his wisdom, Ford also made mistakes. Regarding his company's flagship product, the Model T, Ford famously stated, "Any customer can have a car painted any color that he wants so long as it is black." When rival automakers provided customers with a variety of color choices, Ford had no choice but to do the same. Figure 1.6. The Model T Ford, the first production car produced on an assembly line. The acceptance of strategic management as a necessary element of business school programs took a major step forward in 1959. A widely circulated report created by the Ford Foundation recommended that all business schools offer a capstone course. The goal of this course would be to integrate knowledge across different business fields such as marketing, finance, and accounting to help students devise better ideas for addressing complex business problems. Rather than seeking a one best way solution, as advocated by Taylor and Harvard's business policy course. This capstone course would emphasize students' critical thinking skills in general and the notion that multiple ways of addressing a problem could be equally successful in particular. The Ford Foundation report was a key motivator that led U.S. universities to create strategic management courses in their undergraduate and Master of Business Administration programs. In 1962, business and academic events occurred that seemed minor at the time, but that would later give rise to huge changes. Building on the business savvy that he had gained as a franchisee, Sam Walton opened the first Walmart in Rogers, Arkansas. Relying on a strategy that emphasized low prices and high levels of customer service, Walmart grew to 882 stores with a combined $8.4 billion in annual sales by 1985. A decade later, sales reached $93.6 billion across nearly 3,000 stores. In 2010, Walmart was the largest company in the world. In recent years, Walmart has arguably downplayed customer service in favor of cutting costs. Time will tell whether deviating from Sam Walton's original strategic positioning will hurt the company. Two pivotal events that firmly established strategic management as a field of study took place in 1980. One was the creation of the Strategic Management Journal. The introduction of the journal offered a forum for researchers interested in building knowledge about strategic management. Much like important new medical findings that appear in the Journal of the American Medical Association and the New England Journal of Medicine, the Strategic Management Journal publishes path-breaking insights about strategic management. The second pivotal event in 1980 was the publication of Competitive Strategy, Techniques for Analyzing Industries and Competitors by Harvard professor Michael Porter. This book offers concepts such as five forces analysis and generic strategies that continue to strongly influence how executives choose strategies more than 30 years after the book's publication. Given the importance of these concepts, both five forces analysis and generic strategies are discussed in detail in Chapter 3, Evaluating the External Environment, and Chapter 6, Selecting Business-Level Strategies, respectively. Although strategy has been important throughout history, strategic management as a field of study has largely developed over the past century. Below are a few key business and academic events that have helped the field evolve. Table 1.4 The Modern History of Strategic Management. Year. Notable event. 1909. Ford first produces its classic Model T. 1911. Frederick W. Taylor publishes The Principles of Scientific Management. 1912. The precursor to the modern strategic management course was created at Harvard Business School under the title of Business Policy. 1925. A&W Root Beer becomes America's first franchised restaurant chain. 1959. The Ford Foundation recommends that business school curricula include a capstone course that integrates knowledge across business fields in order to help solve complex business problems. 1962. Alfred Chandler publishes Strategy and Structure, Chapters in the History of the Industrial Enterprise. 1962. Sam Walton opens the first Walmart in Arkansas, relying on a strategy that emphasized low prices and high levels of customer service. 1980. The Strategic Management Journal is created. 1995. The launch of Amazon.com by founder Jeff Bezos is perhaps the pivotal event in creating internet-based commerce. 2001. Enron Corporation declares bankruptcy after a series of disclosures revealed that the firm's stellar performance had been a product of fraud and corruption. 2005. Thomas Friedman's book The World is Flat, A Brief History of the 21st Century suggests that many advantages that firms in developed countries like the United States take for granted are disappearing. 2010. Walmart becomes the largest company in the world. 2018. Apple becomes the first company to be worth $1 trillion. 2020. Walmart is still the highest revenue-producing company in the world. Many consumers today take web-based shopping for granted, but this channel for commerce was created recently. The 1995 launch of Amazon by founder Jeff Bezos was perhaps the pivotal event in creating internet-based commerce. In pursuit of its vision, to be Earth's most customer-centric company, Amazon has diversified far beyond its original focus on selling books and has evolved into a dominant retailer. Powerful giants have stumbled badly in Amazon's wake. Sears had sold great varieties of goods, even including entire houses, through catalogs for many decades, as had JCPenney. Neither firm created a strong online sales presence to keep pace with Amazon, and both eventually dropped their catalog businesses. As often happens with old and large firms, Sears and JCPenney were outmaneuvered by a creative and versatile upstart. Ethics have long been an important issue within the strategic management field. Attention to the need for executives to act ethically when creating strategies increased dramatically in the early 2000s when a series of companies such as Enron Corporation, WorldCom, Tyco, Quest, and Global Crossing were found to have grossly exaggerated the strength of their performance. After a series of revelations about fraud and corruption, investors in these firms and others lost billions of dollars, tens of thousands of jobs were lost, and some executives were sent to prison. Like ethics, the implications of international competition are of central interest to strategic management. Provocative new thoughts on the nature of the international arena were offered in 2005 by Thomas L. Friedman. In his book The World is Flat, A Brief History of the 21st Century, Friedman argues that many of the advantages that firms in developed countries, such as the United States, Japan, and Great Britain take for granted are disappearing. One implication is that these firms will need to improve their strategies if they are to remain successful. Looking to the future, it appears likely that strategic management will prove to be more important than ever. In response, researchers who are interested in strategic management will work to build additional knowledge about how organizations can maximize their performance. Executives will need to keep track of the latest scientific findings. Meanwhile, they also must leverage the insights that history offers on how to be successful while trying to avoid past mistakes. Key takeaway. Although strategic management as a field of study has developed mostly over the last century, the concept of strategy is much older. Understanding strategic management can benefit greatly by learning the lessons that ancient history and military strategy provide. 1.5 Contemporary Critique of Strategic Management. This book focuses attention on the widely accepted approaches that frame the contemporary practice and understanding of strategic management. The field of strategic management has always had its critics, and as with any academic discipline, this criticism has challenged the field to adapt and improve over time. Over time, both practitioners and scholars have voiced concerns about various areas of the strategic management process, and this section summarizes the general critiques to deepen your own ability to critically consider the processes of strategic management in your own organizations and career. The kinds of concerns about strategic management differ depending upon who is voicing them. From the perspective of firm managers or executives, commonly expressed concerns target the high levels of investment required in order to get more benefit than cost from an effective strategic management process. For strategic management to be done well, it is typically a complex process that is high in cost, time, and difficulty. Cameron, 2019, Katsanos, 2019. Further, some decision-makers are skeptical of the ability of strategic management to achieve its goal, to accurately anticipate an unknown future. Cameron, 2019, Llopis, 2019. Some critics go so far as to suggest that committing to a strategy may limit a firm's ability to respond to a changing environment when companies make future decisions on obsolete data. Cameron, 2019. In the opening paragraph of Michael Rayner's best-selling book The Strategy Paradox, he says, "Most strategies are built on specific beliefs about the future. Unfortunately, the future is deeply unpredictable. Worse, the requirements of breakthrough success demand implementing strategy in ways that make it impossible to adapt should the future not turn out as expected. The result is the strategy paradox. Strategies with the greatest possibility of success also have the greatest possibility of failure." 2007, page 1. In his book, Mr. Rayner goes on to discuss that survivorship bias is an issue because the strategies of firms that survive are evaluated more than those that fail. The issue of survivorship bias also is a research area within the field of strategic management. Additionally, other strategy scholars raise concerns about how the dominant approaches to strategic management reinforce existing assumptions about power and inequalities within organizations, e.g., affecting gender, race, etc., and in the global market, i.e., reproducing the same winners and losers. Knights and Morgan, 1991, Levy et al., 2011, Montgomery et al., 1989. Some critiques focus on the inadequacies of specific strategic tools or theories. For example, some scholars challenge existing firm-level, resource-based approaches for their inability to adequately assess and capture changing contexts and capabilities. Resource-based approaches are introduced in Chapter 5, Bromley and Fleming, 2002, Teese, 2019. Finally, the field of strategic management has been critiqued for being too concerned with achieving immediate business results. Montgomery et al., 1989, and at other times, for not being attuned enough to the real-time practical needs of business. Prekop, 2012. It is evident that there are plenty of reasons to think critically about how a firm's decision-makers choose to engage in their strategic management processes. Ultimately, responsibility for determining a firm's strategic approach is left to the discretion of the firm's executive team. While the theories, tools, and resources introduced throughout this text are well-researched, time-tested, and best practices in the field of strategic management, no approach is perfect, nor is it intended to be. 1.6 Understanding the strategic management process. Strategic management is a process that involves building a careful understanding of how the world is changing, as well as a knowledge of how those changes might affect a particular firm. CEOs, such as late Apple founder Steve Jobs, must be able to carefully manage the possible actions that their firms might take to deal with changes that occur in their environment. We present a model of the strategic management process in Figure 1.7, Overall Model of the Strategic Management Process. This model also guides our presentation of the chapters contained in this book. Figure 1.7, Overall Model of the Strategic Management Process. The strategic management process begins with an understanding of strategy and performance. As we have noted in this introductory chapter, strategic management is both an art and a science, and it involves multiple conceptualizations of the notion of strategy drawn from recent and ancient history. In Chapter 2, Assessing Organizational Performance, we focus on how the organization's mission and vision shape the development of the firm's strategy. Consequently, how managers understand and interpret the performance of their firms is often central to understanding strategy. Environmental and internal scanning is the next stage in the process. Managers must constantly scan the external environment for trends and events that affect the overall economy, and they must monitor changes in the particular industry in which the firm operates. For example, Apple's decision to create the iPhone demonstrates its ability to interpret that traditional industry boundaries that distinguish the cellular phone industry and the computer industry were beginning to blur. At the same time, firms must evaluate their own resources to understand how they might react to changes in the environment. For example, intellectual property is a vital resource for Apple. Between 2008 and 2010, Apple filed more than 350 cases with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office to protect its use of such terms as Apple, Pod, and Safari, Apple Incorporated. A classic management tool that incorporates the idea of scanning elements both external and internal to the firm is SWOT, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, analysis. Strengths and weaknesses are assessed by examining the firm's internal resources, while opportunities and threats refer to external events and trends. The value of SWOT analysis parallels ideas from classic military strategists such as Sun Tzu, who noted the value of knowing yourself as well as your opponent. Chapter 3, Evaluating the External Environment, examines the topic of evaluating the external environment in detail, and Chapter 4, Evaluating the Internal Environment, presents concepts and tools for managing firm resources. Synthesizing the information gained in the external and internal analysis into a SWOT framework is addressed in Chapter 5. The SWOT is then used to formulate the strategic issues that the firm must deal with as it formulates strategies. Figure 1.8, the importance of knowing yourself and your opponent, is applicable to the knowledge of strategic management for business, military strategy, and classic strategy games such as chess. Strategy formulation is the next step in the strategic management process. This involves developing specific strategies and actions. Certainly, part of Apple's success is due to the unique products it offers the market, as well as how these products complement one another. A customer can buy an iPod that plays music from iTunes, all of which can be stored in Apple's Mac computer, inside CRM editors, ND. In Chapter 6, Selecting Business-Level Strategies, we discuss how selecting business-level strategies helps to provide firms with a recipe that can be followed that will increase the likelihood that their strategies will be successful. In Chapter 7, Innovation Strategies, we present insights on the role innovation plays in strategy development and implementation. Chapter 8, Selecting Corporate-Level Strategies, focuses on selecting corporate-level strategies, and Chapter 9, Competing in International Markets, presents possibilities for firms competing in international markets. Strategy implementation is the final stage of the process. One important element of strategy implementation entails crafting an effective organizational structure and corporate culture. For example, part of Apple's success is due to its consistent focus on innovation and creativity that Steve Jobs described as similar to that of a startup. Chapter 10, Executing Strategy Through Organizational Design, offers ideas on how to manage these elements of implementation. The final chapter explores how to lead an ethical organization through corporate governance, social responsibility, and sustainability. Strategic management is a process that requires the ability to manage change. Consequently, executives must be careful to monitor and to interpret the events in their environment, to take appropriate actions when change is needed, and to monitor their performance to ensure that their firms are able to survive and, it is hoped, thrive over time. 1.7 Conclusion. This chapter provides an overview of strategic management and strategy. Ideas about strategy span many centuries, and modern understanding of strategy borrows from ancient strategies as well as classic military strategies. You should now understand that there are numerous ways to conceptualize the idea of strategy, and that effective strategic management is needed to ensure the long-term success of firms. The study of strategic management provides tools to effectively manage organizations, but it also involves the art of knowing how and when to apply creative thinking. Knowledge of both the art and the science of strategic management is needed to help guide organizations as their strategies emerge and evolve over time. Such tools will also help you effectively chart a course for your career as well as to understand the effective strategic management of the organizations for which you will work. What is strategic analysis, and why do firms need to analyze their competitive environment? Strategic analysis is the process that firms use to study and understand the many different layers and aspects of their competitive environment. Why do firms spend time and money trying to understand what is going on around them? Firms do not operate in a vacuum. They are impacted by forces and factors from inside their organizations and outside in the world at large. Understanding these forces and factors is crucial to achieving success as a business. For example, the growth in the Spanish-speaking population in the United States has led many firms to change the signage in their stores and labels on their products to include Spanish, in order to make their stores easier to shop in and their products easier to identify for this growing market. The external environment is continually changing, and the most successful firms are able to prepare for and adapt to environmental changes because they have done their homework and understand how external forces impact their operations. To react to change more easily and develop products consumers want, managers and consultants engage in environmental scanning, the systematic and intentional analysis of both a firm's internal state and its external, competitive environment. From a local coffee shop to an international corporation, firms of all sizes benefit from strategic analysis. Let's examine some important strategic factors in more detail. The competitive environment. A firm's competitive environment includes components inside the firm and outside the firm. External factors are things in the global environment that may impact a firm's operations or success. Examples are a rise in interest rates or a natural disaster. External factors cannot be controlled, but they must be managed effectively and to understand them so that the firm can be as successful. For example, the unemployment rate will affect a firm's ability to hire qualified employees at a reasonable rate of pay. If unemployment is high, meaning that a lot of people are looking for jobs, then a firm will probably have a lot of applicants for any positions it needs to fill. It will be able to choose more highly qualified applicants to hire and may be able to hire them at a lower pay rate because the employee would rather work for a lower pay rate than not have a job at all. On the other hand, when unemployment is low, meaning that not many people are looking for jobs, firms may have to offer higher pay or settle for lower qualifications to find someone to fill a position. Internal factors are characteristics of the firm itself. To plan to compete against other firms, a firm needs to understand what physical, financial, and human resources it has, what it is good at, and how it is organized. For example, Walmart has a sophisticated IT system that tracks inventory and automatically orders products before they run out. By calculating how long it will take for the new product to arrive and comparing that to the rate at which the product is selling off the shelves, the system orders new product so that it will arrive just as the product on the shelves is running out, so that Walmart stores do not need to have storage space for inventory. All Walmart inventory is on the store shelves, ready to be sold to customers. How does this system benefit Walmart? It does not have to spend money on storing or keeping track of inventory. All products in the store can generate revenue because they are available for customers to buy, and when the system is working optimally, the store never runs out of items customers want. What is a SWOT analysis and what can it reveal about a firm? You may already have heard of one very common tool firms use to analyze their strategic and competitive situations, SWOT, which is an acronym for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Firms use SWOT analysis to get a general understanding of what they are good or bad at and what factors outside their doors might present chances for success or difficulty. Let's take a look at SWOT analysis piece by piece, Exhibit 8.3. Exhibit 8.3 The components of SWOT. Attribution. Copyright Rice University, OpenStax, under CC BY 4.0 license. Strengths. A firm's strengths are, to put it simply, what it is good at. Nike is good at marketing sports products, McDonald's is good at making food quickly and inexpensively, and Ferrari is good at making beautiful fast cars. When a firm analyzes its strengths, it compiles a list of its capabilities and assets. Does the firm have a lot of cash available? That is a strength. Does the firm have highly skilled employees? Another strength. Knowing exactly what it is good at allows a firm to make plans that exploit those strengths. Nike can plan to expand its business by making products for a sport it doesn't currently serve. Its sports marketing expertise will help it successfully launch that new product line. Weaknesses. A firm's weaknesses are what it is not good at, things that it does not have the capabilities to perform well. Weaknesses are not necessarily faults. Remember that not all firms can be great at all things. When a firm understands its weaknesses, it will avoid trying to do things it does not have the skills or assets to succeed in, or it will find ways to improve its weaknesses before undertaking something new. A firm's weaknesses are simply gaps in capabilities, and those gaps do not always have to be filled within the firm. SWOT analysis alerts firms to the gaps in their capabilities so they can work around them, find help in those areas, or develop capabilities to fill the gaps. For example, Paychex is a firm that handles payroll for over 600,000 firms. 5Paychex processes hours, pay rates, tax and benefits deductions, and direct deposit for firms that would rather not have to perform those tasks themselves. A large firm would need to have a team of employees dedicated to fulfilling that task and equip that team with software systems to do the job efficiently and accurately. For Paychex, these capabilities are a company strength. That's what it does. Other companies that do not have the resources to develop this capability or may not be interested in doing so can hire Paychex to do the job for them. Opportunities. While strengths and weaknesses are internal to an organization, but opportunities and threats are always external. An opportunity is a potential situation that a firm is equipped to take advantage of. Think of opportunities in terms of things that happen in the market. Opportunities offer positive potential. However, sometimes a firm is not equipped to take advantage of an opportunity, which is why considering the entire SWOT is important before deciding what to do. For example, as cities are becoming more populated, parking is becoming scarcer. Younger consumers who live in cities are starting to question whether it makes sense to own a car at all when public transportation is available and parking is not. Sometimes, however, a person might need a car to travel outside the city or transport a special purchase. Daimler, the manufacturer of Mercedes-Benz and smart cars, started a car-sharing service in Europe, North America, and China called Car2Go to offer cars to this new market of part-time drivers. By establishing Car2Go, Daimler has found a way to sell the use of its products to people who would not buy them outright. Threats. When a manager assesses the external competitive environment, they label anything that would make it harder for their firm to be successful as a threat. A wide variety of situations and scenarios can threaten a firm's chances of success, from a downturn in the economy to a competitor launching a better version of a product the firm also offers. A good threat assessment looks thoroughly at the external environment and identifies threats to the firm's business so it can be prepared to meet them. Opportunities and threats can also be a matter of perspective or interpretation. The Car2Go service that Daimler developed to serve young urban customers who don't own cars could also be cast as a defensive response to the trend away from car ownership in this customer group. Daimler could have identified decreasing sales among young urban professionals as a threat and developed Car2Go as an alternative way to gain revenue from these otherwise lost customers. The limitations of SWOT analysis. Although a SWOT analysis can identify important factors and situations that affect a firm, it only works as well as the person doing the analysis. SWOT can generate a good evaluation of the firm's internal and external environments, but it is more likely to overlook key issues because it is difficult to identify or imagine everything that could, for example, be a threat to the firm. That's why the remainder of this chapter will present tools for developing a strategic analysis that is more thorough and systematic in examining both the internal and external environments that firms operate in. What makes up a firm's external macro environment, and what tools do strategists use to understand it? The world at large forms the external environment for businesses. A firm must confront, adapt to, take advantage of, and defend itself against what is happening in the world around it to succeed. To make gathering and interpreting information about the external environment easier, strategic analysts have defined several general categories of activities and groups that managers should examine and understand. Exhibit 8.4 illustrates layers and categories found in a firm's environment. Exhibit 8.4 components of a firm's environment. Attribution. Copyright Rice University, OpenStax, under CC BY 4.0 license. A firm's macro environment contains elements that can impact the firm but are generally beyond its direct control. These elements are characteristics of the world at large and are factors that all businesses must contend with, regardless of the industry they are in or type of business they are. In the Exhibit 8.4, the macro environment is indicated in blue. Note that the terms contained in the blue ring are all, big picture, items that exist independently of business activities. That is not to say that they do not affect firms or that firm activities cannot affect macro environmental elements. Both can and do happen, but firms are largely unable to directly change things in the macro environment. Strategists study the macro environment to learn about facts and trends that may present opportunities or threats to their firms. However, they do not usually just think in terms of SWOT. Strategists have developed more discerning tools to examine the external environment. PESTEL. PESTEL is a tool that reminds managers to look at several distinct categories in the macro environment. Like SWOT, PESTEL is an acronym. In this case, the letters represent the categories to examine: political factors, economic factors, sociocultural factors, technological factors, environmental factors, and legal factors. When using PESTEL to analyze a specific firm situation, overlap between different categories of PESTEL factors can sometimes happen just as it can with SWOT. Remember our earlier example. When urban millennials decide that car ownership is no longer attractive, car manufacturers' sales are threatened. However, those same manufacturers might be able to adapt their sales methods to offer millennials car-sharing services, taking advantage of the opportunity to earn revenue from millennials who want access to cars for vacations or big shopping trips. PESTEL can also reveal multiple impacts from a single element in the external environment. For example, decreasing interest in car ownership among urban millennials would be a sociocultural trend. However, the technological connectedness of those same urban millennials is exactly what makes it possible for ride-sharing services such as Uber and Lyft to thrive. Their services are app-based and provide convenience both by connecting drivers and passengers quickly and by making transactions cashless. Exhibit 8.5 illustrates the components of PESTEL, which will be discussed individually below. Exhibit 8.5 The PESTEL Model for External Environmental Analysis, Attribution, Copyright Rice University, OpenStax, under CC BY 4.0 license. Political factors. Political factors in the macro environment include taxation, tariffs, trade agreements, labor regulations, and environmental regulations. Note that in PESTEL, factors are not characterized as opportunities or threats. They are simply things that a firm can take advantage of or treat as problems, depending on its own interpretation or abilities. American Electric Power, a large company that generates and distributes electricity, may be negatively impacted by environmental regulations that restrict its ability to use coal to generate electricity because of pollution caused by burning coal. However, another energy firm has taken advantage of the government's interest in reducing coal emissions by developing a way to capture the emissions while producing power. The Petra Nova plant near Houston was developed by NRG and JX Nippon, who received Energy Department grants to help fund the project. 6. Although firms do not directly make government policy decisions, many industries and firms invest in lobbying efforts to try to influence government policy development to create opportunities or reduce threats. Economic factors. All firms are impacted by the state of the national and global economies. The increased interdependence of individual country economies has made evaluating the economic factors in a firm's macro environment more complex. Firms analyze economic indicators to make decisions about entering or exiting geographic markets, investing in expansion, and hiring or laying off employees. As discussed earlier in this chapter, employment rates impact the quantity, quality, and cost of employees available to firms. Interest rates impact sales of big-ticket items that consumers normally finance, such as appliances, cars, and homes. Interest rates also impact the cost of capital for firms that want to invest in expansion. Exchange rates present risks and opportunities to all firms that operate across national borders, and the price of oil impacts many industries, from airlines and transportation companies to solar panel producers and plastic recycling companies. Once again, any scenario can be a threat to one firm and an opportunity to another, so economic forces should not be assumed to be intrinsically good or bad. Sociocultural factors. Quite possibly the largest category of macro-environmental factors an analyst might examine are sociocultural factors. This broad category encompasses everything from changing national demographics to fashion trends and many things in between. Demographics, a subset of this category, includes facts about income, education levels, age groups, and the ethnic and racial composition of a population. All of these facts present market challenges and possibilities. Firms can target products to specific market segments by studying the needs and preferences of demographic groups, such as working women. They might need daycare services, but not watch daytime television. College students, who would be interested in affordable textbooks but couldn't afford to buy new cars, or the elderly, who would be willing to pay for lawn mowing services but might not be interested in adventure tourism. Changes in people's values and interests are also included in this category. Environmental awareness has spurred demand for solar panels and electric and hybrid cars. A general interest in health and fitness has created industries in gyms, home gym equipment, and organic food. The popularity of social media has created an enormous demand for instant access to information and services, not to mention smartphones. Values and interests are constantly changing and vary from country to country, creating new market opportunities as well as communication challenges for companies trying to enter unfamiliar new markets. Technological factors. The rise of the Internet may be the most disruptive technological change of the last century. The globe has become more interconnected and interdependent because of the fast, low-cost communications the Internet provides. Customer service agents in India can serve customers in Kansas because technology has advanced to the point that the customer's account information can be instantly accessed by the service provider in India. Entrepreneurs around the world can reach customers anywhere through companies such as eBay, Alibaba, and Etsy, and they can get paid, regardless of their customer's currency, through PayPal. The Internet has enabled Jeff Bezos, who started an online book-selling company called Amazon in 1994, to transform how consumers shop for goods. How else have technological factors impacted business? The Internet is not the only technological advance that has transformed how businesses operate. Automation has increased efficiency for manufacturers. MRP, Materials Requirement Planning, systems have changed how companies and their suppliers work together, and global positioning technology has helped construction engineers manage large projects more accurately. Consumers and firms have nearly unlimited access to information, and this access has empowered consumers to make more informed buying decisions and challenged firms to develop ways to analyze the large amounts of data their businesses generate. Environmental factors. The physical environment, which provides natural resources for manufacturing and energy production, has always been a key part of human business activity. As resources become scarcer and more expensive, environmental factors impact businesses more every day. Firms are developing technology to operate more cleanly and using fewer resources. Political pressure on businesses to reduce their impact on the natural environment has increased globally and dramatically in the 21st century. In 2017, London, Barcelona, and Paris announced their plans to ban cars with internal combustion engines over the next few decades in order to combat air quality issues. 7. This external environment category often overlaps with others in Pastel because concern for the environment is also a socio-cultural trend, as more consumers look for recycled products and buy electric and hybrid cars. On the political front, firms are facing increased regulation around the world on their carbon emissions and natural resource use. Although SWOT would characterize these factors as either opportunities or threats, Pastel simply identifies them as aspects of the external environment that firms must consider when planning for their futures. Legal factors. Legal factors in the external environment often coincide with political factors because laws are enacted by government entities. This does not mean that the categories identify the same issues, however. Although labor laws and environmental regulations have deep political connections, other legal factors can impact business success. For example, in the streaming video industry, licensing fees are a significant cost for firms. Netflix pays billions of dollars every year to movie and television studios for the right to broadcast their content. In addition to the legal requirement to pay the studios, Netflix must consider that consumers may find illegal ways to view the movies they want to see, making them less willing to pay to subscribe to Netflix. Intellectual property rights and patents are major issues in the legal realm. Note that some external factors are difficult to categorize in Pastel. For instance, tariffs can be viewed as either a political or economic factor, while the influence of the internet could be viewed as either a technological or social factor. While some issues can overlap two or more Pastel areas, it does not diminish the value of Pastel as an analytical tool. What makes up a firm's external microenvironment, and what tools do strategists use to understand it? A firm's microenvironment is illustrated in the green circle in Exhibit 8.4. These entities are all directly connected to the firm in some way, and firms must understand the microenvironment in order to successfully compete in an industry. All firms are part of an industry, a group of firms all making similar products or offering similar services, for example, automobile manufacturers or airlines. Firms in an industry may or may not compete directly against one another, as we'll discuss shortly, but they all face similar situations in terms of customer interests, supplier relations, and industry growth or decline. Harvard strategy professor Michael Porter developed an analysis tool to evaluate a firm's microenvironment. Porter's 5 Forces is a tool used to examine different microenvironmental groups in order to understand the impact each group has on a firm in an industry, Exhibit 8.6. Each of the forces represents an aspect of competition that affects a firm's potential to be successful in its industry. It is important to note that this tool is different than Porter's generic strategy typology that we will discuss later. Exhibit 8.6 Porter's 5 Forces Model of Industry Competition, Attribution, Copyright Rice University, OpenStax, under CC BY 4.0 license. Industry Rivalry. Industry rivalry, the first of Porter's forces, is in the center of the diagram. Note that the arrows in the diagram show two-way relationships between rivalry and all of the other forces. This is because each force can affect how hard firms in an industry must compete against each other to gain customers, establish favorable supplier relationships, and defend themselves against new firms entering the industry. When using Porter's model, an analyst will determine if each force has a strong or weak impact on industry firms. In the case of rivalry, the question of strength focuses on how hard firms must fight against industry rivals, competitors, to gain customers and market share. Strong rivalry in an industry reduces the profit potential for all firms because consumers have many firms from which to purchase products or services and can make at least part of their purchasing decisions based on prices. An industry with weak rivalry will have few firms, meaning that there are enough customers for everyone, or will have firms that have each staked out a unique position in the industry, meaning that customers will be more loyal to the firm that best meets their particular needs. The threat of new entrants. In an industry, there are incumbent, existing, firms that compete against each other as rivals. If an industry has a growing market or is very profitable, however, it may attract new entrants. These either are firms that start up in the industry as new companies or are firms from another industry that expand their capabilities or target markets to compete in an industry that is new to them. Different industries may be easier or harder to enter depending on barriers to entry, factors that prevent new firms from successfully competing in the industry. Common barriers to entry include cost, brand loyalty, and industry growth. For example, the firms in the airline industry rarely face threats from new entrants because it is very expensive to obtain the equipment, airport landing rights, and expertise to start up a new airline. Brand loyalty can also keep new firms from entering an industry because customers who are familiar with a strong brand name may be unwilling to try a new, unknown brand. Industry growth can increase or decrease the chances a new entrant will succeed. In an industry with low growth, new customers are scarce, and a firm can only gain market share by attracting customers of other firms. Think of all the ads you see and hear from competing cell phone providers. Cell phone companies are facing lower industry growth and must offer consumers incentives to switch from another provider. On the other hand, high-growth industries have an increasing number of customers, and new firms can successfully appeal to new customers by offering them something existing firms do not offer. It is important to note that barriers to entry are not always external. Firms often lobby politicians for regulations that can be a barrier to entry. These types of barriers will be covered in greater depth in more upper-level courses. Threat of substitutes. In the context of Porter's model, a substitute is any other product or service that can satisfy the same need for a customer as an industry's offerings. Be careful not to confuse substitutes with rivals. Rivals offer similar products or services and directly compete with one another. Substitutes are completely different products or services that consumers would be willing to use instead of the product they currently use. For example, the fast food industry offers quickly prepared, convenient, low-cost meals. Customers can go to McDonald's, Wendy's, Burger King, or Taco Bell. All of these firms compete against each other for business. However, their customers are really just hungry people. What else could you do if you were hungry? You could go to the grocery store and buy food to prepare at home. McDonald's does not directly compete against Kroger for customers because they are in different industries, but McDonald's does face a threat from grocery stores because they both sell food. How does McDonald's defend itself from the threat of Kroger as a substitute? By making sure their food is already prepared and convenient to purchase. Your burger or salad is ready to eat and available without even getting out of your car. Exhibit 8.7 McDonald's. A drive-through menu at this McDonald's is designed to help customers choose their meal quickly and have it ready for pickup at the drive-through window. Credit: Carib/Flickr/public domain. Supplier power. Virtually all firms have suppliers who sell parts, materials, labor, or products. Supplier power refers to the balance of power in the relationship between firms and their suppliers in an industry. Suppliers can have the upper hand in a relationship if they offer specialized products or control rare resources. For example, when Sony develops a new PlayStation model, it often works with a single supplier to develop the most advanced processor chip it can for their game console. That means its supplier will be able to command a fairly high price for the processors, an indication that the supplier has power. On the other hand, a firm that needs commodity resources such as oil, wheat, or aluminum in its operations will have many suppliers to choose from and can easily switch suppliers if price or quality is better from a new partner. Commodity suppliers usually have low power. Buyer power. The last of Porter's forces is buyer power, which refers to the balance of power in the relationship between a firm and its customers. If a firm provides a unique good or service, it will have the power to charge its customers premium prices because those customers have no choice but to buy from the firm if they need that product. In contrast, when customers have many potential sources for a product, Firms will need to attract customers by offering better prices or better value for the money if they want to sell their products. One protection firms have against buyer power is switching costs, the penalty consumers face when they choose to use a particular product made by a different company. Switching costs can be financial, the extra price paid to choose a different product, or practical, the time or hassle required to switch to a different product. For example, think about your smartphone. If you have an iPhone now, what would be the penalty for you to switch to a non-Apple smartphone? Would it just be the cost of the new phone? Smartphones are not inexpensive, but even when cell phone service providers offer free phones to new customers, many people still don't switch. The loss of compatibility with other Apple products, the need to transfer apps and phone settings to another system, and the loss of favorite iPhone features, such as iMessage, are enough to keep many people loyal to their iPhones. How and why do managers conduct an internal analysis of their firms? A firm's internal environment is illustrated in Exhibit 8.4 by the innermost orange circle. The internal environment consists of members of the firm itself, investors in the firm, and the assets a firm has. Employees and managers are good examples. They are firm members who have skills and knowledge that are valuable assets to their firms. Evaluating a firm's internal environment is not just a matter of counting heads, however. Successful firms have a wide range of resources and capabilities that they can use to maintain their success and grow into new ventures. A thorough analysis of a firm's internal situation provides a manager with an understanding of the resources available to pursue new initiatives, innovate, and plan for future success. Resources and capabilities. A firm's resources and capacities are the unique skills and assets it possesses. Resources are things a firm has to work with, such as equipment, facilities, raw materials, employees, and cash. Capabilities are things a firm can do, such as deliver good customer service or develop innovative products to create value. Both are the building blocks of a firm's plans and activities, and both are required if a firm is going to compete successfully against its rivals. Firms use their resources and leverage their capabilities to create products and services that have some advantage over competitors' products. For example, a firm might offer its customers a product with higher quality, better features, or lower prices. Not all resources and capabilities are equally helpful in creating success, though. Internal analysis identifies exactly which assets bring the most value to the firm. The value chain. Before examining the role of resources and capabilities in firm success, let's take a look at the importance of how a firm uses those factors in its operations. A firm's value chain is the progression of activities it undertakes to create a product or service that consumers will pay for. A firm should be adding value at each of the chain of steps it follows to create its product. The goal is for the firm to add enough value so that its customers will believe that the product is worth buying for a price that is higher than the costs the firm incurs in making it. As an example, Exhibit 8.8 illustrates a hypothetical value chain for some of Walmart's activities. Exhibit 8.8A value chain example, attribution, copyright Rice University, OpenStax, under CC BY 4.0 license. In this example, note that value increases from left to right as Walmart performs more activities. If it adds enough value through its efforts, it will profit when it finally sells its services to customers. By working with product suppliers, procurement, getting those products to store locations efficiently, inbound logistics, and automatically keeping track of sales and inventory, information technology, Walmart is able to offer its customers a wide variety of products in one store at low prices, a service customers value. Primary activities, the ones across the bottom half of the diagram, are the actions a firm takes to directly provide a product or service to customers. Support activities, the ones across the top of the diagram, are actions required to sustain the firm that are not directly part of product or service creation. Using resources and capabilities to build an advantage over rivals. A firm's resources and capabilities are not just a list of equipment and things it can do. Instead, Resources and capabilities are the distinctive assets and activities that separate firms from each other. Firms that can amass critical resources and develop superior capabilities will succeed in competition over rivals in their industry. Strategists evaluate firm resources and capabilities to determine if they are sufficiently special to help the firm succeed in a competitive industry. Using VRIO. The analytical tool used to assess resources and capabilities is called VRIO. As usual, this is an acronym developed to remind managers of the questions to ask when evaluating their firm's resources and capabilities. The 4 questions of VRIO, which focus on value, rarity, imitation, and organization, are illustrated in Exhibit 8.9. Exhibit 8.9 VRIO, a tool for evaluating firm resources and capabilities, attribution, copyright Rice University, OpenStax, under CC BY 4.0 license. If each question can be answered with a yes, then the resource or capability being evaluated can be the source of a competitive advantage for the firm. An example will help you better understand the VRIO process. Imagine that you are a top manager for Starbucks and you want to understand why you are able to be successful against rivals in the coffee industry. You make a list of some of Starbucks' resources and capabilities and use VRIO to determine which ones are key to your success. These. According to the evaluation above, Starbucks brand helps it compete and succeed against rivals, as does its excellent customer service. However, simply having a lot of locations globally isn't enough to beat rivals. McDonald's and Subway also have thousands of worldwide locations and both serve coffee. Starbucks succeeds against them because of their brand and customer service. What does it mean to compete with other firms in a business environment? What does it mean when a firm has a competitive advantage over its rivals? And what generic strategies can a firm implement to gain advantage over its rivals? Now that you understand more about the environment that businesses operate in, let's take a deeper look at exactly how they operate. Businesses exist to make profits by offering goods and services in the marketplace at prices that are higher than the costs they incurred creating those goods and services. Businesses rarely exist alone in an industry. Competition is usually a key part of any marketplace. This means that businesses must find ways to attract customers to their products and away from competitors' products. Strategy is the process of planning and implementing actions that will lead to success in competition. The analytical tools we discuss here are part of the strategic planning process. Managers cannot successfully plan to compete in an industry if they don't understand its competitive landscape. It is also unlikely that a firm planning to launch a new product they are not equipped to make will be successful. Competition. Porter's 5 forces model is centered around rivalry, a synonym for competition. In any industry, multiple firms compete against each other for customers by offering better or cheaper products than their rivals. Firms use Pestel to understand what consumers are interested in and use VRIO to evaluate their own resources and capabilities so that they can figure out how to offer products and services that match those consumer interests and that are better in quality and price than the products offered by their competitors. A firm is described as having a competitive advantage when it successfully attracts more customers, earns more profit, or returns more value to its shareholders than rival firms do. A firm achieves a competitive advantage by adding value to its products and services or reducing its own costs more effectively than its rivals in the industry. Generic business-level competitive strategies. When discussing business strategy, a business is a firm or a unit of a firm that centers its activities around one primary type of product or service line. Business-level strategy is the general way that a business organizes its activities to compete against rivals in its products industry. Michael Porter, the same Harvard professor who developed the 5 forces model, defined 3 generic business-level strategies that outline the basic methods of organizing to compete in a product market. He called the strategies generic because these ways of organizing can be used by any firm in any industry. Cost leadership. When pursuing a cost leadership strategy, a firm offers customers its product or service at a lower price than its rivals can. To achieve a competitive advantage over rivals in the industry, the successful cost leader tightly controls costs throughout its value chain activities. Supplier relationships are managed to guarantee the lowest prices for parts. Manufacturing is conducted in the least expensive labor markets, and operations may be automated for maximum efficiency. A cost leader must spend as little as possible producing a product or providing a service so that it will still be profitable when selling that product or service at the lowest price. Walmart is the master of cost leadership, offering a wide variety of products at lower prices than competitors because it does not spend money on fancy stores. It extracts low prices from its suppliers, and it pays its employees relatively low wages. Differentiation. Not all products or services in the marketplace are offered at low prices, of course. A differentiation strategy is exactly the opposite of a cost leadership strategy. While firms do not look to spend as much as possible to produce their output, firms that differentiate try to add value to their products and services so they can attract customers who are willing to pay a higher price. At each step in the value chain, the differentiator increases the quality, features, and overall attractiveness of its products or services. Research and development efforts focus on innovation, customer service is excellent, and marketing bolsters the value of the firm brand. These efforts guarantee that the successful differentiator can still profit even though its production costs are higher than a cost leader's. Starbucks is a good example of a differentiator. It makes coffee, but its customers are willing to pay premium prices for a cup of Starbucks coffee because they value the restaurant atmosphere, customer service, product quality, and brand. Porter's typology assumes that firms can succeed through either cost leadership or differentiation. Trying to combine these two, Porter suggests, can lead to a firm being stuck in the middle. Focus. Porter's third generic competitive strategy, focus, is a little different from the other two. A firm that focuses still must choose one of the other strategies to organize its activities. It will still strive to lower costs or add value. The difference here is that a firm choosing to implement a focused strategy will concentrate its marketing and selling efforts on a smaller market than a broad cost leader or differentiator. A firm following a focused differentiation strategy, for example, will add value to its product or service that a few customers will value highly, either because the product is specifically suited to a particular use or because it is a luxury product that few can afford. For example, Flux is a company that offers custom-made bindings for your snowboard. Flux is a focused differentiator because it makes a specialized product that is valued by a small market of customers who are willing to pay premium prices for high-quality, customized snowboarding equipment. Exhibit 8.11 Snowboard Bindings. The Flux premium bindings on the snowboard are an example of a product on a focus-driven company. Snowboard bindings are the only products Flux markets. Credit: Ted and Danny Percival /Flickr /Attribution 2.0 Generic, CC by 2.0. Strategic groups. When managers analyze their competitive environment and examine rivalry within their industry, they are not confronted by an infinite variety of competitors. Although there are millions of businesses of all sizes around the globe, a single business usually competes mainly against other businesses offering similar products or services and following the same generic competitive strategy. Groups of businesses that follow similar strategies in the same industry are called strategic groups, and it is important that a manager know the other firms in their strategic group. Rivalry is fiercest within a strategic group, and the actions of one firm in a group will elicit responses from other group members who don't want to lose market share in the industry. Take a look at Exhibit 8.12. Although all of the firms shown are in the retail industry, they don't all compete directly against one another. Exhibit 8.12 Strategic Groups in the Retail Industry. Attribution: Copyright Rice University, OpenStax, under CC BY 4.0 license. Although some cross-competition can occur, for example, you could buy a Kate Spade wallet at Nordstrom, firms in different strategic groups tend to compete more with each other than against firms outside their group. Although Walmart and Neiman Marcus both offer a wide variety of products, the two firms do not cater to the same customers, and their managers do not lose sleep at night wondering what each might do next. On the other hand, a Walmart manager would be concerned with the products or prices offered at Target. If laundry detergent is on sale at Target, the Walmart manager might lose sales from customers who buy it at Target instead. And so the Walmart manager might respond to Target's sale price by discounting the same detergent at Walmart. What elements go into determining a firm's strategic position? A manager who has done all of the analysis described so far in this chapter has some decisions to make based on all of the information the analysis has revealed. A firm's decisions on how to serve customers and compete against rivals is called strategic positioning. In order to develop its position, a firm combines its understanding of the competitive environment, including the firm's own resources and capabilities, its industry situation, and facts about the macro environment. A strategic position includes a choice of generic competitive strategy, which a firm selects based on its own capabilities and in response to the positions already staked out by its industry rivals. The firm also determines which customers to serve and what those customers are willing to pay for. A strategic position also includes decisions about what geographic markets to participate in. Most importantly, a firm's strategic position should try to be unique in some way that competitors cannot imitate quickly or easily. Competitive advantage is achieved when a firm attracts more customers or makes more profit than rivals. This cannot happen unless the firm organizes its activities to provide customers with better value than rivals. You've probably heard the saying, "People make the place." Moreover, firms with operations across borders have this added advantage, access to the best and brightest people from around the world, because talent isn't constrained by national borders. Indeed, one of the key forces in flattening the world is new technologies. Other trends, too, are empowering people from every corner of the earth. At the same time, companies large and small are able to find and leverage human capital from the farthest reaches of the planet. This ability to arbitrage and attract human capital worldwide is a key driver in the war for talent, which is a term signifying the strategic importance of attracting top employees to work for your company. In today's fast-changing environment, companies need employees who understand the organization's strategy and are empowered to execute it. To achieve this, organizations need to follow a strategic human resources management, SHRM, approach. SHRM ensures that people are a key factor in a firm's competitive advantage. Organizations need human resources to be a partner in identifying, recruiting, and hiring the types of employees who will be most qualified to help the company achieve its goals. SHRM requires attracting the right employees to the company, identifying metrics to help employees stay on target to meet the company's goals, and rewarding them appropriately for their efforts so that they stay engaged and motivated. Having all these components in place results in a high-performance work system, improves organizational performance, and unleashes employee talent. Opening case, employee recruitment, selection, and development strategies at Enterprise Holdings. You may know this company through one of its businesses, Enterprise Rent-A-Car, and its "We'll Pick You Up" jingle. The Enterprise car rental business is part of a much larger family business, Enterprise Holdings. Through its regional subsidiaries, Enterprise Holdings operates more than 1 million cars and trucks, the largest fleet of passenger vehicles in the world today. Enterprise Holdings announces fiscal 2010 highlights, MarketWire. September 30th, 2010, accessed November 24th, 2010. It's one of the largest and most comprehensive providers in the car rental industry, serving approximately 7,600 neighborhood and airport locations in the United States, Canada, Mexico, the Caribbean, Latin America, the United Kingdom, Ireland, Germany, and Asia. In addition, Enterprise Holdings is part of a global strategic alliance with Europcar, creating the world's largest car rental network. In this case study, you'll see how Enterprise, with more than 68,000 employees and $12 billion revenue, ensures it has the right people with the right skills in the right locations worldwide. Core values from the start. Enterprise was founded in 1957 by Jack Taylor, who returned from World War II to start a car leasing company in St. Louis. He launched with a total of 7 cars and 1 employee, but he had a vision to grow and a strong motto: take care of your customers and your employees first, and the profits will follow. Heritage, Enterprise Holdings, access January 28, 2011. http://www.enterpriseholdings.com/about-us. This vision of exceptional customer service means that Enterprise has to identify, attract, and hire employees who would be good at delivering on its customer service mission. To accomplish this, Enterprise looks for potential new hires who have the following set of skills and competencies that support the company's objectives: customer service focus, sales and listening skills, positive work ethic, a drive to achieve results, leadership aptitude, communication skills, flexibility. The company has identified the competencies and behaviors that such skills provide and has clearly articulated the benefits that these skills provide to Enterprise. For instance, flexibility is defined as dealing well with challenges, demonstrating resilience, and being able to prioritize. Enterprise believes that the company, is better able to cope with changing circumstances when an employee exhibits flexibility. Enterprise describes the competencies it seeks on its website so that job seekers can determine for themselves whether they will measure up and fit in with the Enterprise culture. Attracting and recruiting employees. Enterprise has a team of 200 recruiters whose job is to identify potential new candidates at over 100 college campuses each year. Recruitment and selection at Enterprise Rent-A-Car, the Times 100, 2009. Access May 10, 2011. Given its growth and international expansion, Enterprise hires 8,000 college graduates a year to fill its future management needs. Seth Klein, the company's hiring the most new college grads. Forbes, June 21, 2010. Access January 27, 2011. Boxes equals leadership channel latest. The recruiting function at Enterprise is decentralized. Each recruiter is responsible for recruiting within his or her local market. The rationale for this structure is this: local hires reflect the local community for each branch office. We try to mirror our communities, says Pam Webster, Assistant Vice President for Recruiting at Enterprise. Faye Hansen, Enterprise's recruiting model transforms interns into managers. Workforce Management Online, May 2009. Access January 30, 2011. Enterprise also uses an internship program as a way to identify potential future employees. The program is open to college juniors and seniors. Interested interns then spend a summer working at Enterprise after graduating. Recruiters stay in touch with interns during the school year through emails and lunches. Some even send a care package to interns during final exam time. In the United Kingdom, Enterprise began using campus brand managers on university campuses to find potential interns and job applicants. These campus brand managers are interns or students who already work for Enterprise and who act as liaisons for potential applicants, recruitment, and selection at Enterprise Rent-A-Car. The Times 100, 2009, accessed May 10, 2011. Enterprise also has an employer referral program through which current employees get a financial reward if they recommend a new employee to Enterprise and that candidate is hired into a full-time position. The referral program has been the company's primary source of minority and female hires, and approximately 40% of new hires join Enterprise that way. Faye Hansen, Enterprise's recruiting model transforms interns into managers. Workforce Management Online, May 2009, accessed January 30, 2011. Finally, Enterprise recruits online. About 50% of Enterprise's UK and Ireland workforce is recruited via the web. Developing employees. To develop new recruits who would like to enter the ranks of management, Enterprise offers its Graduate Management Trainee Program, which is a program that teaches management skills such as leadership and big-picture thinking, finance and business management skills such as cost control and attention to profits, sales and marketing skills to generate more sales, fleet control skills such as handling repairs and getting the right number and type of cars, and of course customer service skills. In as little as 8 to 12 months, trainees can become assistant managers. Once they become assistant managers, they start to earn performance pay in addition to their salaries. David Logis, A Stealth Company No Longer, U.S. News and World Report, October 17, 2008. Accessed January 27, 2011. Page NR equals 2. The performance pay is based on branch profits, which means employees can directly benefit from the improvements they make to branch operations. Enterprise's training program supports the company's promote from within philosophy. We have always hired college grads into our management training program, and from there we promote entirely from within, says Marie Artem, Assistant Vice President of Recruiting. It's where I started. It's where our CEO started, and it's where almost all our senior leadership started. Seth Klein, the company's hiring the most new college grads, Forbes, June 21, 2010, accessed January 27, 2011, Boxes equals Leadership Channel latest. Enterprise Holdings President and Chief Operating Officer, COO, Pamela Nicholson, started as a management trainee in 1981, working behind the rental counter, as did current chairman and CEO Andy Taylor and Fisher. Get a great job after graduation, Fortune, May 28, 2009, accessed January 27, 2011, post version equals 20090529004. Nicholson moved steadily through the ranks of the company and in 1999 was promoted to Senior Vice President of the company's North American operations, then to COO in 2003 and to President in 2008. In interview with Pamela M. Nicholson, President and Chief Operating Officer, Enterprise Holdings, Leaders 34, Number 1, January, March 2011, accessed January 27, 2011. Global entrepreneurship. In addition to customer service, entrepreneurship is another key corporate value at Enterprise. The tradition began with founder Jack Taylor and continued through innovations introduced by Enterprise's branch managers. For example, in 1974, a rental manager in Orlando decided to offer his customers a new service, a free ride to the Enterprise rental office. Other branches emulated this free pickup service, which demonstrated that employees with a great idea can see it implemented across the company. Other entrepreneurial ideas include WeCar, which is Enterprise's new car-sharing program for corporations and campuses. David Logis, A Stealth Company No Longer, U.S. News and World Report, October 17, 2008. Accessed January 27, 2011. Page NR equals 2. For example, Google is using the WeCar program and lets its employees choose among Priuses and Ford Escape hybrids that Enterprise provides. Elizabeth Olsen, car sharing reinvents the company Wheels, New York Times, May 6, 2009. Access January 27, 2011. R equals 1 and ref equals business special. Expanding internationally is likewise done through entrepreneurial employees. Enterprise opened its first German office in Ottobrunn in 1997. Enterprise's German pioneer, Jack Cope, said, "It's a lot of fun taking something from nothing and making it big, and I'm on my way to making that happen." A few years ago, Enterprise was unknown here in Germany. Today, thanks to the efforts of our motivated German workforce, the Enterprise mission, philosophy, and culture are catching on. For management trainees, ours really is a world of opportunity about Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Access January 27, 2011. The company entices international entrepreneurs through messages like the following one on its website. Just imagine the possibilities that come with joining a huge, internationally successful company with a personal, entrepreneurial approach, which allows individuals to stand out. Our secret lies in the fact that we're divided up into thousands of smaller, local businesses. So when you take one of our graduate trainee jobs, you'll be learning how to run the business yourself. And how many organizations with a $12 billion turnover can say that? With a company as successful as ours, it's easy to start getting ahead of yourself. About Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Access January 27, 2011. HR as a strategic partner. The role of human resources management, HRM, is changing in business, particularly in international business. Previously considered a support function, HRM is now becoming a strategic partner in helping a global company achieve its goals. The strategic approach to HRM, Strategic Human Resources Management, SHRM, means going beyond administrative tasks such as payroll processing. Instead, as shown in the opening case on Enterprise, managers need to think more broadly and deeply about how employees will contribute to the company's success. SHRM is not just a function of the human resources, HR, department. All managers and executives need to be involved because the role of people is so vital to a company's competitive advantage. Brian E. Becker and Mark A. Huselid. Strategic Human Resources Management. Where do we go from here? Journal of Management 32, number 6, 2006, 898 to 925. In addition, organizations that value their employees are more profitable than those that don't. Mark A. Huselid, The Impact of Human Resource Management Practices on Turnover, Productivity, and Corporate Financial Performance. Academy of Management Journal 38, number 3, 1995, 635 to 72. Jeffrey Pfeffer, The Human Equation, Building Profits by Putting People First. Boston, Harvard Business School Press, 1998. Jeffrey Pfeffer and John F. Vega, Putting People First for Organizational Success. Academy of Management Executive 13, number 2, 1999, 37 to 48. Teresa M. Wellborn and Alice O. Andrews. Predicting Performance of Initial Public Offering Firms. Should HRM be in the equation? Academy of Management Journal 39, number 4, 1996, 910 to 11. Research shows that successful organizations have several things in common: providing employment security, engaging in selective hiring, using self-managed teams, being decentralized, paying well, training employees, reducing status differences, and sharing information. Jeffrey Pfeffer and John F. Vega, Putting People First for Organizational Success. Academy of Management Executive 13, number 2, 1999 37-48. When organizations enable, develop, and motivate human capital, they improve accounting profits as well as shareholder value in the process. Brian E. Becker, Mark A. Huselid, and David Ulrich. 6 key principles for measuring human capital performance in your organization. Working paper, School of Management and Labor Relations, Department of Human Resources Management, Rutgers, State University of New Jersey, 2002. The most successful organizations manage HR as a strategic asset and measure HR performance in terms of its strategic impact. When each piece is in the right place, it creates a high-performance work system, HPWS. A set of management practices that attempt to create an environment within an organization in which the employee has greater involvement and responsibility. The following are some questions that HRM should be prepared to answer in this new world. David Ulrich, Delivering Results, Boston, Harvard Business School Press, 1998. Competence. To what extent does our company have the required knowledge, skills, and abilities to implement its strategy? Consequence. To what extent does our company have the right measures, rewards, and incentives in place to align people's efforts with the company's strategy? Governance. To what extent does our company have the right structures, communication systems, and policies to create a high-performing organization? Learning and leadership. To what extent can our company respond to uncertainty and learn and adapt to change quickly? Crucial role of SHRM in global firms. Developing an effective international workforce is much more difficult for a competitor to emulate than buying technology or securing capital. Dennis R. Briscoe, Randall S. Schuler, and Lisbeth Claus, International Human Resource Management. 3rd edition. New York. Routledge, 2009. Besides, how well companies manage their HR around the world can mean the difference between success and failure. In a nutshell, firms that effectively manage their international HR typically outperform competitors in terms of identifying new international business opportunities, adapting to changing conditions worldwide, sharing innovation knowledge throughout the firm, effectively coordinating subsidiary operations, conducting successful cross-border acquisitions, and maintaining a high-performing, committed overseas workforce. Mary Yoko Brannon and Mark F. Peterson. Merging without alienating. Interventions promoting cross-cultural organizational integration and their limitations. Journal of International Business Studies 40, 2009 468-89. Yapping Gong. Toward a dynamic process model of staffing composition and subsidiary outcomes in multinational enterprises. Journal of Management 29. No. 2. 2003 259-80. Dana Minbiva, Torben Peterson, Ingmar Bjorkman, Carl F. Fay, and Hyen Jong Park, MNC Knowledge Transfer, Subsidiary Absorptive Capacity, and HRM. Journal of International Business Studies 34, number 6, 2003 586-99. Gary Adu, Joyce S. Osland, and Roger N. Blakeney, Repatriating Knowledge, Variables Influencing the Transfer Process. Journal of International Business Studies 40, number 2, 2009 181-99. Did you know? Robert Half International, RCHI, a professional consulting firm, has staffing operations in more than 400 locations worldwide. About us, Robert Half International. Access January 28, 2011. http://www.rhi.com/about-us. During the recession of 2009, RCHI began hiring older, more experienced workers to add to its roster of temporary workers. Typically, temporary workers are low-level employees, but during the recession, Many workers with 15 or 20 years of experience lost their jobs or retired from full-time jobs. Archai hired older, highly skilled workers, such as accounting and finance experts, to work on temporary projects, helping a company restructure or emerge from bankruptcy, for instance. The situation is a win-win. Companies get access to experts they may not otherwise be able to afford, while retired workers earn extra money or income after a layoff. Zurich-based Adecco, a competitor to RHI, likewise hired older workers. More companies are looking for flexible, highly skilled temporary employees because it's much easier to end an assignment than terminate employment, said Doug Arms, Chief Talent Officer at Agilent Professional Staffing, a unit of Adecco, Ailey McConnon. Temp giant Robert Half welcomes boomers, Business Week, May 21, 2009, Access January 28, 2011. In many multinationals, an important challenge is balancing the need to coordinate units scattered around the world with the need for individual units to have the control necessary to deal effectively with local issues. Randall S. Schuler, Powen S. Boudoir, and Gary W. Florkowski, International Human Resource Management, in Handbook for International Management Research, edition Betty Jane Punnett and Oded Schenker, and Arbor, University of Michigan Press, 2004, 356 to 414. Achieving this balance becomes more difficult as the level of diversity that firms are exposed to increases. For example, consider a situation where the parent firm's national culture differs dramatically from the cultures in its overseas subsidiaries. In this case, it may be harder for the parent firm to share information, technology, and innovations between the home office and foreign outposts. It may also be more difficult to promote needed organizational changes and manage any conflicts that arise between employees in different countries. Fortunately, International Human Resources Management, IHRM, strategies can overcome such problems. For instance, IHRM professionals can help ensure that top executives understand the different cultures within the company workforce and around the world. They can also offer advice on how to coordinate functions across boundaries and develop outstanding cross-cultural skills in employees, e.g., through various training programs and career paths that involve significant overseas exposure. Dennis R. Briscoe, Randall S. Schuler, and Lisbeth Claus, International Human Resource Management, 3rd edition, New York, Routledge, 2009, Carl F. Fay and Ingmar Bjorkman, The Effect of Human Resource Management Practices on MNC Subsidiary Performance in Russia, Journal of International Business Studies 32, Number 1, 2159-75, Patrick M. Wright. Gary C. McMahon and Abigail McWilliams, Human Resources and Sustained Competitive Advantage, A Resource-Based Perspective, International Journal of Human Resource Management 5, Number 2, 1994 301-26. Of course, these are general suggestions, and a range of HR practices might be used to implement them. Companies should develop an international HR philosophy that describes corporate values about HR. This, in turn, will shape the broad outline of what constitutes acceptable IHRM practices for employees all over the world. From there, individual units can fine-tune and select specific practices that best fit their local conditions. But this is easier said than done, especially for firms operating in dozens of countries. Multinationals typically find it extremely difficult, for example, to design a compensation system that is sensitive to cultural differences yet still meets general guidelines of being seen as fair by employees everywhere. Indeed, culture may impact local HRM practices in a variety of ways, from how benefit packages are constructed to the hiring, termination, and promotion practices used, just to name a few. Dennis R. Briscoe, Randall S. Schuler, and Lisbeth Claus, International Human Resource Management, 3rd edition, New York, Routledge, 2009. Nevertheless, selecting the right HRM strategy can pay off, particularly in difficult foreign markets. Consider multinationals wanting to quickly enter countries with transitional economies, those that are moving from being state-dominated to being market-based, e.g., China and Russia. Choosing to enter those markets by buying local firms, building new plants, or establishing joint ventures may create significant HR challenges that will undercut performance if not handled well. Consequently, global firms need to adopt an appropriate HRM strategy to meet transition economy challenges. The importance of human capital. Employees provide an organization's human capital. Your human capital is the set of skills that you have acquired on the job through training and experience, which increase your value in the marketplace. The Society of Human Resource Management's research quarterly defined an organization's human capital as the collective sum of the attributes, life experience, knowledge, inventiveness, energy, and enthusiasm that its people choose to invest in their work. Leslie A. Weatherly, Human Capital, the Elusive Asset, Measuring and Managing Human Capital, a Strategic Imperative for HR, 2003 SHRM Research Quarterly, March 2003, accessed November 2, 2010. Focus on outcomes. Unfortunately, many HR managers are more effective in the technical or operational aspects of HR than they are in the strategic, even though the strategic facet has a much larger effect on the company's success. Mark A. Huselid, Susan E. Jackson, and Randall S. Schuler, Technical and Strategic Human Resource Management Effectiveness as Determinants of Firm Performance, Academy of Management Journal 40, Number 1, 1997 171-88. In the past, HR professionals focused on compliance to rules, such as those set by the federal government, and tracked simple metrics, for instance, the number of employees hired or the number of hours of training delivered. The new principles of management, however, require a focus on outcomes and results, not just numbers and compliance. Just as lawyers count how many cases they've won, not just how many words they used, so too must HR professionals track how employees are using the skills they've learned to attain goals, not just how many hours they've spent in training. David Ulrich. Delivering Results, Boston, Harvard Business School Press, 1998. John Morabito, Executive Vice President and Head of Human Resources and Services at Cigna, says that HR executives need to understand the company's goals and strategy and then provide employees with the skills needed. Too often, HRM executives get wrapped up in their own initiatives without understanding how their role contributes to the business. That's dangerous because when it comes to the HR department, anything that is administrative or transactional is going to get outsourced, Morabito says. Jessica Marquez on the front line. A quintet of 2,000 SXS highest-paid HR leaders discuss how they are confronting myriad talent management challenges as well as obstacles to being viewed by their organizations as strategic business partners. Workforce Management 86. Number 5, 1997-22. Indeed, the number of HRM outsourcing contracts over $25 million has been increasing, with nearly 3,000 active company contracts recently underway. TPI counts 2,700-plus outsourcing contracts. Shared Expertise Forums, December 2007, accessed January 30, 2009. For example, Bank of America outsourced its HRM administration to Northgate Orinso. Northgate Orinso now provides timekeeping, payroll processing, and payroll services for 10,000 Bank of America employees outside the United States. Annual Report 2006, Orinso International, accessed March 10, 2011. To avoid being outsourced, HRM needs to stay relevant and accept accountability for its business results. In short, the people strategy needs to fully align with the company's business strategy, keeping the focus on outcomes. Key elements of HRM. Beyond the basic need for compliance with HRM rules and regulations, the 4 key elements of HR are summarized in Figure 12.1 Key HRM Elements. In high-performing companies such as Enterprise Holdings, each element of the HRM system is designed to reflect best practices and to maximize employee performance. The different parts of the HRM system are strongly aligned with company goals. Figure 12.1 Key HRM Elements. Selection and placement. It's good for firms to acquaint prospective new hires with the nature of the jobs they'll be expected to fulfill early in the hiring process. This includes explaining the technical competencies needed, e.g., collecting statistical data and defining behavioral competencies. Behavioral competencies may have a customer focus, such as the ability to show empathy and support of customers' feelings and points of view, or a work management focus, such as the ability to complete tasks efficiently or to know when to seek guidance. In addition, an SHRM best practice is to make the organization's culture clear by discussing the values that underpin the organization. For example, firms can describe the heroes of the organization, those employees who embody the values of the organization. For example, a service company's heroes may be the people who go the extra mile to get customers to smile. In a software company, the heroes may be the people who toil through the night to develop new code. By sharing such stories of company heroes with potential hires, the firm helps reinforce the values and behaviors that make the company unique. This, in turn, will help the job candidates determine whether they'll fit well into that organization's culture. Job design. Job design refers to the process of combining tasks to form a whole job. The goal is to design jobs that involve doing a whole piece of work and that are challenging but ultimately doable for the employee. Job design also takes into account issues of health and safety of the worker. When planning jobs or assigning people to jobs, HR managers also consider training, ensuring that employees to have the knowledge and skills to perform all parts of their job, and giving them the authority and accountability to do so. Edward E. Lawler III. The Ultimate Advantage, San Francisco, Jossey Base, 1992. One company that does training right is Motorola. As a global company, Motorola operates in many countries, including China. Operating in China presents particular challenges in terms of finding and hiring skilled employees. In a recent survey conducted by the American Chamber of Commerce in Shanghai, 37% of U.S.-owned enterprises operating in China said that recruiting skilled employees was their biggest operational problem. Kevin Lane and Florian Polner, How to Address China's Growing Talent Shortage, McKinsey Quarterly, number 3, 2008, Access March 10, 2011. Indeed, polled companies cited HRM as a problem more often than they cited regulatory concerns, bureaucracy, or infringement on intellectual property rights. This is because Chinese universities don't turn out candidates with the skills that multinational companies need. As a result, Motorola has created its own training and development programs to bridge the gap. For example, Motorola's China Accelerated Management Program is designed for local managers. Motorola's Management Foundation Program helps train managers in areas such as communication and problem solving. Finally, Motorola offers a high-tech MBA program in partnership with Arizona State University and Tsinghua University so that top employees can earn an MBA in-house. Kevin Lane and Florian Polner, How to Address China's Growing Talent Shortage, McKinsey Quarterly, number 3, 2008, Access March 10, 2011. Such programs are tailor-made to the minimally skilled, but highly motivated, Chinese employees. Figure 12.2W, P. Carey and Motorola China High Technology MBA Program Graduation Ceremony. Source, W. P. Carey School of Business MBA China Programs. Compensation and rewards. The SHRM function also includes evaluating and paying people on the basis of their performance, not simply for showing up to the job. Firms must offer rewards for skill development and organizational performance, emphasizing teamwork, collaboration, and responsibility for performance. Good compensation systems include incentives, gain sharing, profit sharing, and skill-based pay that rewards employees who learn new skills and put those skills to work for the organization. Employees who are trained in problem-solving and a broad range of skills are more likely to grow on the job and feel more satisfaction. Their training enables them to make more valuable contributions to the company, which, in turn, gains them higher rewards and greater commitment to the company. William F. Barnes, The Challenge of Implementing and Sustaining High-Performance Work Systems in the United States, an evolutionary analysis of I/NTech and COTE PhD DIS, University of Notre Dame, 2001. Likewise, the company benefits from employees' increased flexibility, productivity, and commitment. When employees have access to information and the authority to act on that information, they're more involved in their jobs, more likely to make the right decision, and more inclined to take the necessary actions to further the organization's goals. Similarly, rewards need to be linked to performance so that employees are naturally inclined to pursue outcomes that will earn rewards and further the organization's success at the same time. Mason Carpenter, Talia Bauer, and Baron Erdogan, Principles of Management, Nyack, New York, unnamed publisher, 2009, accessed January 5, 2011. Diversity management. Another key to successful SHRM in today's business environment is embracing diversity. In past decades, diversity meant avoiding discrimination against women and minorities in hiring. Today, diversity goes far beyond this limited definition. Diversity management involves actively appreciating and using the differing perspectives and ideas that individuals bring to the workplace. Diversity is an invaluable contributor to innovation and problem-solving success. As James Surowiecki shows in The Wisdom of Crowds, the more diverse the group in terms of expertise, gender, age, and background, the more ability the group has to avoid the problems of groupthink. James Surowiecki, The Wisdom of Crowds, New York. Anchor Books, 2005. Diversity helps company teams to come up with more creative and effective solutions. Teams whose members have complementary skills are often more successful because members can see one another's blind spots. Diverse people will probably make different kinds of errors, which also means that they'll be more likely to catch and correct each other's mistakes. Key takeaways. HRM is becoming increasingly important in organizations because today's knowledge economy requires employees to contribute ideas and be engaged in executing the company's strategy. HRM is becoming a strategic partner by identifying the skills that employees need and then providing employees with the training and structures needed to develop and deploy those competencies. All the elements of HRM, selection, placement, job design, and compensation need to be aligned with the company's strategy so that the right employees are hired for the right jobs and rewarded properly for their contributions to furthering the company's goals. 12.2 The Global War for Talent. Learning objectives. Define talent management. Discover how to attract the right workers to your organization. Understand the benefits of good talent management. What talent management means. You have likely heard the phrase, the war for talent, which reflects competition among organizations to attract and retain the most able employees. For years, agencies that track demographic trends have been warning that the U.S. workforce will shrink in the second and third decades of the 21st century as the baby boom generation, those born between 1945 and 1961, reaches retirement age. According to one source, there will be 11.5 million more jobs than workers in the United States by 2010. Extreme talent shortage makes competition fierce for key jobs and highlights needs for leadership development. Business Wire. November 26, 2007, 27. Even though many boomers say they want, or have, to continue working past the traditional age of retirement, those who do retire or who leave decades-long careers to pursue something I've always wanted to do will force employers to scramble to replace well-trained, experienced workers. As workers compete for the most desirable jobs, employers will have to compete even more fiercely to find the right talent. Peter Capelli of the Wharton School defines talent management as anticipating the need for human capital and setting a plan to meet it. Talent management goes hand in hand with succession planning, which refers to the process of recruiting and developing employees to ensure that the key roles in the company are filled. Peter Capelli, Talent Management for the 21st Century. Harvard Business Review 86, number 3, March 2008, 74-81. Most companies, unfortunately, don't plan ahead for the talent they need, which means that they face shortages of critical skills at some times and surpluses at other times. Other companies use outdated methods of succession planning that don't accurately forecast the skills they'll need in the future. Interestingly, however, techniques that were developed to achieve productivity breakthroughs in manufacturing can be applied to talent management. For example, it's expensive to develop all talent internally. Training people takes a long time and requires accurate predictions about which skills will be needed. Such predictions are increasingly difficult to make in our uncertain world. Therefore, rather than developing everyone internally, companies can hire from the outside when they need to tap specific skills. In manufacturing, this principle is known as make or buy. In human resources management, HRM, the solution is to make and buy, that is, to train some people and to hire others from the external marketplace. In this case, making an employee means hiring a person who doesn't yet have all the needed skills to fulfill the role, but who can be trained to develop them. The key to a successful make decision is to distinguish between the high-potential employees who don't yet have the skills but who can learn them from the mediocre employees who merely lack the skills. The buy decision means hiring an employee who has all the necessary skills and experience to fulfill the role from day one. The buy decision is useful when it's too difficult to predict exactly which skills will be needed in the future. Patricia M. Bueller. Managing in the New Millennium, Succession Planning, not just for the C-Suite, Supervision 69, number 3, 2008, 19-23. Ethics in Action. One month after launching in Kenya, startup Stiegl became one of the country's largest employers with a workforce of 10,000 Kenyans. Kate Green, Crowdsourcing the World, MIT Tech Review, January 21, 2009. Access January 23, 2011. Nathan Eagle founded Stiegl in 2008. Stiegl deconstructs work into microtasks that can be performed on any simple mobile phone through texting. For example, one task is to type in local road signs. The data will be used to create a satellite navigation system. Robert Bain, The Power of Text in the Developing World. Research, January 20, 2011. Accessed May 17, 2011. Stiegl is similar to Amazon's Mechanical Turk, MTurk, which also asks workers to complete microtasks such as clicking on photos that contain a particular object. The difference is that workers for Stiegl only need a simple mobile phone. No computer or internet access is necessary. Stiegl distributes the microtasks to thousands of workers, currently primarily in Africa, who complete them and get paid via the mobile phone either in airtime minutes or in cash through the M-Pesa service. Andrea Meyer, Workforce Innovation. How Stiegl distributes microtasks worldwide. Working Knowledge. Blog. January 23, 2011. Accessed January 23, 2011. http://workingnowledge.com/blog/?p=1444 Jessica Vaughn, Q&A. Nathan Eagle, founder of Stiegl, JWT Intelligence, March 3, 2010, accessed January 23, 2011. Stiegl is a commercial corporation that enables people to earn small amounts of money on their mobile phones by completing simple tasks for our corporate clients, says Eagle, Jessica Vaughn, Q&A, Nathan Eagle, founder of Stiegl. JWT Intelligence, March 3, 2010, accessed January 23, 2011. Stiegl now has partnerships with 220 mobile operators in more than 80 countries. Mobile Work, Economist, October 28, 2010, accessed January 23, 2011. http://www.economist.com/node/173666137. This expands Stiegl's reach to 2.1 billion cell phone users in sub-Saharan Africa, Brazil, and India, who can all participate as workers. Stiegl website, accessed January 23, 2011. http://txstiegl.com. Currently, the firm earns revenues in 49 countries. Companies like Stiegl and Mturk give citizens in poor countries an opportunity to get work. But some Westerners criticize Mturk because employers can reject a person's work without explanation. The pay scale is also very low, about 24 cents an hour, which makes some critics call Mturk a digital sweatshop. Brian Walsh, Pennies for Your Thoughts, Time, January 31, 2011, accessed January 31, 2011. For workers in developing nations, however, where wages are low and unemployment rates are high, such wages may be better than the alternative of no work. Another principle from manufacturing that works well in talent management is to run smaller batch sizes. Mason Carpenter, Talia Bauer, and Baron Erdogan, Principles of Management, Nyack, New York, Unnamed Publisher, 2009. Accessed January 5, 2011. That is, rather than sending employees to 3-year-long training programs, send them to shorter programs more frequently. With this approach, managers don't have to make the training decision so far in advance. They can wait to decide exactly which skills employees will learn closer to the time the skill is needed, thereby ensuring that employees are trained on the skills they'll actually use. Attracting the right workers to the organization. Winning the war for talent means more than simply attracting workers to your company. It means attracting the right workers, the ones who will be enthusiastic about their work. Enthusiasm for the job requires more than having a good attitude about receiving good pay and benefits. It means that an employee's goals and aspirations also match those of the company. Therefore, it's important to identify employees' preferences and mutually assess how well they align with the company's strategy. To do this, the organization must first be clear about the type of employee it wants. Companies already do this with customers. Marketing executives identify specific segments of the universe of buyers to target for selling products. Red Bull, for example, targets college-age consumers, whereas Slim Fast goes for adults of all ages who are overweight. Both companies are selling beverages, but to completely different consumer segments. Similarly, companies need to develop a profile of the type of workers they want to attract. Do you want entrepreneurial types who seek autonomy and continual learning, or do you want team players who enjoy collaboration, stability, and structure? Neither employee type is inherently better, but an employee who craves autonomy may feel constrained within the very same environment in which a team player would thrive. As stated earlier, it's important to mutually assess how well employees' preferences align with the company's strategy. Half of mutual refers to the company, but the other half refers to the job candidate. Potential employees need to know whether they'll fit into the company well. One way to help prospective hires make this determination is to describe to them the signature experience that sets your company apart. As Tamara Erickson and Linda Grattan define it, your company's signature experience is the distinctive practice that shows what it's really like to work at your company. Tamara J. Erickson and Linda Grattan, what it means to work here. Harvard Business Review 85, number 3, 2007, 23-29. Here are the signature experiences of two companies, Whole Foods Market and Goldman Sachs. At Whole Foods, team-based hiring is a signature experience. Employees in each department vote on whether a new employee will be retained after a 4-week trial period. This demonstrates to potential hires that Whole Foods is all about collaboration. In contrast, Goldman Sachs' signature experience is multiple one-on-one interviews. The story often told to prospective hires is of the MBA student who went through 60 interviews before being hired. This story signals to new hires that they need to be comfortable meeting endless numbers of new people and building networks across the company. Those who enjoy meeting and being interviewed by so many diverse people are exactly the ones who will fit into Goldman's culture. The added benefit of hiring workers who match your organizational culture and are engaged in their work is that they will be less likely to leave your company just to get a higher salary. Keeping star employees. The war for talent stems from the approaching shortage of workers. As mentioned earlier in this chapter, the millions of baby boomers reaching retirement age are leaving a gap in the U.S. workforce. What's more, workers are job hopping more frequently than in the past. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the average job tenure has dropped from 15 years in 1980 to 4 years in 2007. As a manager, therefore, you need to give your employees reasons to stay with your company. One way to do this is to spend time talking with employees about their career goals. Listen to their likes and dislikes so that you can help them fully utilize the skills they like using or develop the new ones they wish to acquire. Beverly K., Love M. or Lose M., San Francisco. Barrett Kohler, 2008. Don't be afraid to grow your employees. Some managers want to keep their employees in their department. They fear that helping employees grow on the job will mean that employees will outgrow their jobs and leave. And Field and Ken Gordon. Dear Stars, see a reason to stay? Harvard Management Update 13, number 6, 2008. However, keeping your employees down is a sure way to lose them. What's more, if you help your employees advance, it'll be easier for you to move up, because your employees will be better able to take on the role you leave behind. In some cases, your employees may not be sure what career path they want. As a manager, you can help them identify their goals by asking questions such as the following. What assignments have you found most engaging? Which of your accomplishments in the last 6 months made you proudest? What makes for a great day at work? Timothy Butler, Getting Unstuck, Boston, Harvard Business School Press, 2007. What employees want? Employees want to grow and develop, stretching their capabilities. They want projects that engage their heads as well as their hearts, and they want to connect with the people and things that will help them achieve their professional goals. Deloitte Research, it's 2008. Do you know where your talent is? Why acquisition and retention strategies don't work. Geneva, Switzerland. Deloitte Research Report, 2007, accessed May 10th. 2011. Here are 2 ways to provide this to your employees. First, connect people with mentors and help them build their networks. Research suggests that successful managers dedicate 70% more time to networking activities and 10% more time to communication than their less successful counterparts. Fred Luthans, Richard M. Yajits, and Stuart A. Rosenkrantz. Real Managers, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Ballinger, 1988. What makes networks special? Through networks, people energize one another as well as learn, create, and find new opportunities for growth. Second, help connect people with a sense of purpose. Focusing on the need for purpose is especially important for younger workers who rank meaningful work and challenging experiences at the top of their job search lists. Peter Sheehan, Generation Y, Thriving and Surviving with Generation Y at Work, Victoria, Australia, Hardy Grant Books, 2006. Benefits of good talent management. Global consulting firm McKinsey & Company conducted a study to identify a possible link between a company's financial performance and its success in managing talent. The survey results, reported in May 2008, show that there was indeed a relationship between a firm's financial performance and its global talent management practices. 3 talent management practices, in particular, correlated highly with exceptional financial performance. Creating globally consistent talent evaluation processes. Achieving cultural diversity in a global setting. Developing and managing global leaders. McKinsey Global Talent Management Survey of over 450 executives, December 2007, as cited in Matthew Guthridge and Asmus B. Com. Why Multinationals Struggle to Manage Talent, McKinsey Quarterly, May 2008, 19-25. Access January 30th, 2009. L2 equals 18 and L3 equals 31 and AR equals 2140. The McKinsey survey found that companies achieving scores in the top third of any of these areas had a 70% chance of achieving financial performance in the top third of all companies. Matthew Guthridge and Asmus B. Com. Why Multinationals Struggle to Manage Talent, McKinsey Quarterly, May 2008, 19-25. Let's take a closer look at what each of these 3 best practices entail. First, having consistent talent evaluation means that employees around the world are evaluated on the same standards. This is important because it means that if an employee from one country transfers to another, his or her manager can be assured that the employee has been held to the same level of skills and standards. Second, having cultural diversity means having employees who learn something about the culture of different countries, not just acquire language skills. This helps bring about open-mindedness across cultures. Finally, developing global leaders means rotating employees through different cultures, giving them international experience. Companies that do this best also have policies of giving managers incentives to share their employees with other units. Key takeaways. The coming shortage of workers makes it imperative for managers to find, hire, retain, and develop their employees. Managers first need to define the skills that the company will need for the future. Then they can make or buy, that is, train or hire employees with the needed skills. Retaining these employees requires engaging them on the job. Good talent management practices translate into improved financial performance for the company as a whole. 12.3 Effective Selection and Placement Strategies. Learning Objectives. Identify why a good job description benefits both the employer and the applicant. Learn how company culture can be used in selecting new employees. Know the advantages and disadvantages of personnel testing. Recognize some of the considerations in international staffing and placement. Job description best practices. Selecting the right employees and placing them in the right positions within the company is a key human resources management, HRM, function and is vital to a company's success. Companies should devote as much care and attention to this soft issue as they do to financial planning, because errors will have a financial impact and adverse effects on a company's strategy. Let's use a hypothetical example of Walt, a manager in a mid-sized company who considers himself fortunate that the organizational chart allows him to have a full-time administrative assistant, AA, who reports to him. In the 2 years Walt has been in his job, however, 5 people have held this AA job. The most recent AA, who resigned after 4 weeks, told Walt that she hadn't known what the job would involve. "I don't do numbers. I'm not an accountant," she said. If you want someone to add up figures and do calculations all day, you should say so in the job description. Besides, I didn't realize how long and stressful my commute would be. The traffic between here and my house is murder. Taken aback, Walt contacted the company's HRM department to clarify the job description for the AA position. What he learned was that the description made available to applicants was, indeed, inadequate in a number of ways, which resulted in frequent turnover that was draining Walt's company of resources that could be used for much more constructive purposes. An accurate and complete job description is a powerful strategic human resources management, SHRM, tool that costs little to produce and can save a bundle in reduced turnover. While the realistic description may discourage some applicants, e.g., those who lack an affinity for calculations might not bother to apply for Walt's AA position. Those who follow through with the application process are much more likely to be satisfied with the job once hired. In addition to summarizing what the worker will actually be doing all day, here are some other suggestions for writing an effective job description. Mason Carpenter, Talia Bauer, and Baron Erdogan, Principles of Management, Nyack, New York. Unnamed publisher, 2009, accessed January 5, 2011. List the job requirements in bullet form so that job seekers can scan the posting quickly. Use common industry terms which speak to knowledgeable job seekers. Avoid organization-specific terms and acronyms which would confuse job seekers. Use meaningful job titles, not the internal job codes of the organization. Use keywords taken from the list of common search terms to maximize the chance that a job posting appears on a job seeker search. Include information about the organization, such as a short summary and links to more detailed information. Highlight special intangibles and unusual benefits of the job and workplace, e.g., flex time or travel. Specify the job's location and nearest large city, and provide links to local community pages to entice job seekers with quality-of-life information. Tailoring recruitment to match company culture. Managers who hire well don't just hire for skills or academic background. They ask about the potential employee's philosophy on life or how the candidate likes to spend free time. These questions help the manager assess whether the cultural fit is right. A company in which all work is done in teams needs team players, not just A students. Ask questions such as, do you have a personal mission statement? If not, what would it be if you wrote one today to identify a potential hire's preferences? Jeffrey Pfeffer, The Human Equation, Building Profits by Putting People First, Boston, Harvard Business School Press, 1998. At Google, for example, job candidates are asked questions such as, if you could change the world using Google's resources, what would you build? Chuck Slater, The Faces and Voices of Google, Fast Company, March 2008, 37 to 45. Google wants employees who will think and act on a grand scale, employees who will take on the challenges of their jobs, whatever their jobs may be. Take Joseph DeSimone, Google's executive chef. DeSimone, who's worked everywhere from family-style restaurants to Michelin-caliber ones, was amazed to learn that Google had 17 cafes for its employees. Nobody changes the menu daily on the scale, he says. It's unheard of. When he was hired, DeSimone realized, wow, you hire a guy who's an expert in food and let him run with it. You don't get in his way or micromanage. Chuck Slater, Joseph DeSimone, Executive Chef, Fast Company, February 2008, 46 to 48. Google applies this approach to all positions. They let employees run with the challenge. Traditionally, companies have built a competitive advantage by focusing on what they have. Structural advantages such as economies of scale, a well-established brand, or dominance in certain market segments. Companies such as Southwest Airlines, by contrast, see its people as their advantage. Our fares can be matched. Our airplanes and routes can be copied. But we pride ourselves on our customer service, said Sherry Phelps, Director of Corporate Employment. That's why Southwest looks for candidates who generate enthusiasm. They lean toward extroverted personalities. Southwest hires for attitude. Flight attendants have been known to sing the safety instructions, and pilots tell jokes over the public address system. Southwest Airlines makes clear right from the start the kind of people it wants to hire. For example, one recruitment ad depicted Southwest co-founder Herb Kelleher dressed as Elvis and read, "Work in a place where Elvis has been spotted." The qualifications? It helps to be outgoing, maybe even a bit off-center, and be prepared to stay a while. After all, we have the lowest employee turnover rate in the industry. People may scoff or question why Southwest indulges in such showy activities or wonder how an airline can treat its job so lightly. Phelps answers, "We do take our work seriously. It's ourselves that we don't." People who don't have a humane, can-do attitude are fired. Southwest has a probationary period during which it determines the compatibility of new hires with the culture. People may be excellent performers, but if they don't match the culture, they're let go. As Kelleher once said, people will write me and complain, "Hey, I got terminated or put on probation for purely subjective reasons." And I'll say, right? Those are the important reasons. And Bruce, Southwest, back to the fundamentals, HR Focus 74, number 3, March 1997, 11. Kevin Freiberg and Jackie Freiberg, nuts. Southwest Airlines Crazy Recipe for Business and Personal Success, Austin, Texas, Bard, 2003, Roger Hollowell, Southwest Airlines. A case study linking employee needs satisfaction and organizational capabilities to competitive advantage, Human Resource Management 35, number 4, Winter 1996, 513-29, James L. Heskett and Roger Hollowell, Southwest Airlines, 1993. A. Harvard Business School Case 694-023, 1993. Southwest Airlines Herb Kelleher, Unorthodoxy at Work, Management Review. January 1995, 2-9. Polly LeVar, Lighten Up. Blurring the line between fun and work not only humanizes organizations, but strengthens the bottom line. Industry Week 245, number 3, February 5th, 1996, 53-67. Kenneth Labick. Is Herb Kelleher America's best CEO? Fortune, May 2nd, 1994, 44-45. Donald J. McNerney, Employee Motivation, Creating a Motivated Workforce, HR Focus 73, number 8. August 1996, 1. Richard Tompkins, HR, The Seriously Funny Airline, Financial Times, November 11th, 1996, 14. In many states, employees are covered under what is known as the At-Will Employment Doctrine. The At-Will Employment Doctrine defines an employment relationship in which either party can break the relationship with no liability, provided there was no express contract for a definite term governing the employment relationship and that the employer doesn't belong to a collective bargaining unit, i.e., a union. Mark A. Rothstein, Andrea S. Knapp, and Lance Liebman. Cases and Materials on Employment Law, New York, Foundation Press, 1987, 738. However, there are legal restrictions on how purely subjective the reasons for firing can be. For instance, if the organization has written hiring and firing procedures and doesn't follow them in selective cases, then those cases might give rise to claims of wrongful termination. Similarly, in situations where termination is clearly systematic, for example, based on age, race, religion, and so on, wrongful termination can be claimed. Organized labor and international business. Many labor markets around the world have organized labor and labor unions, just as the United States does. Historically, most labor relations departments were decentralized, operating on the individual subsidiary level. With the rise of globalization, however, labor unions are seeing new threats, such as multinational enterprises, MNEs, threatening to move production to another country if the local union is demanding too much. Because the actions of labor unions can constrain a firm's ability to pursue an effective global strategy, the firm's SHRM function must develop policies and practices that maintain harmony and reduce potential conflict between labor and management. Similarly, MNEs evaluate the labor climate when considering entering a new international location. MNEs typically look for labor markets that do not have a history of strife. MNEs may also try to negotiate better terms with a local union in exchange for locating a new facility in the country. To counter this, organized labor has attempted to organize globally, but this has proven to be difficult due to legal and cultural differences among countries. James Heskett, What's the Future of Globally Organized Labor? HBS Working Knowledge. Blog, October 3, 2005. Accessed January 31, 2011. http://hbs.uk.hbs.edu/item/5029 HTML. Tools and methods, interviewing and testing. To make good selection and placement decisions, a company needs information about the job candidate. Testing and interviewing are two time-tested methods used to get that information. A detailed interview begins by asking the candidate to describe his work history and then getting as much background on his most recent position, or the position most similar to the open position. Ask about the candidate's responsibilities and major accomplishments. Then, ask in-depth questions about specific job situations. Called situational interviews, these types of interviews can focus on past experience or future situations. For example, experience-based questions draw on the employee's past performance. One such question may be, what is a major initiative you developed and the steps you took to get it adopted? Describe a problem you had with someone and how you handled it. In contrast, future-oriented situation interview questions ask candidates to describe how they would handle a future hypothetical situation. An example of this kind of question is, suppose you came up with a faster way to do a task, but your team was reluctant to make the change. What would you do in that situation? In addition to what is asked, it's also important that interviewers understand what they should not ask, largely because certain questions lead to answers that may be used to discriminate. There are 5 particularly sensitive areas. First, the only times you can ask about age are when it is a requirement of a job duty or you need to determine whether a work permit is required. Second, it is rarely appropriate or legal to ask questions regarding race, color, national origin, or gender. Third, although candidates may volunteer religious or sexual orientation information in an interview, you still need to be careful not to discriminate. Ask questions that are relevant to work experience or qualifications. Fourth, firms cannot discriminate for health or disabilities. You may not ask about smoking habits, health-related issues, or disabilities in an interview. Finally, you may not ask questions about marital status, children, personal life, pregnancy, or arrest record. These kinds of questions could be tempting to ask if you're interviewing for a position requiring travel. However, you can only explain the travel requirements and confirm that these requirements are acceptable. In addition to interviews, many employers use testing to select and place job applicants. Any tests given to candidates must be job-related and follow guidelines set forth by the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission to be legal. Mason Carpenter, Talia Bauer, and Baron Erdogan, Principles of Management, Nyack, New York. Unnamed Publisher, 2009, accessed January 5, 2011. For the tests to be effective, they should be developed by reputable psychologists and administered by professionally qualified personnel who have had training in occupational testing in an industrial setting. The rationale behind testing is to give the employer more information before making the selection and placement decision, information vital to assessing how well a candidate is suited to a particular job. Most pre-employment assessment tests measure thinking styles, behavioral traits, and occupational interests. The results are available almost immediately after a candidate completes the roughly hour-long questionnaire. Thinking styles tests can tell the potential employer how fast someone can learn new things or how well she can verbally communicate. Behavioral traits assessments measure energy level, assertiveness, sociability, manageability, and attitude. For example, a high sociability score would be a desirable trait for salespeople. Terry Mroscow, The Personnel Puzzle. Pre-employment testing can help your bottom line. Inside Business 8, number 8. August 2006, 60-73. International staffing and placement. In our increasingly global economy, managers need to decide between using expatriates or hiring locals when staffing international locations. An expatriate, or expat, is a person who is living in a country other than his or her home, native country. Most expatriates only stay temporarily in the foreign country, planning to return to their home country. Some expatriates, however, never return to their country of citizenship. On the surface, this seems a simple choice between the firm-specific expertise of the expatriate and the cultural knowledge of the local hire. In reality, companies often fail to consider the high probability and high cost of expatriates failing to adapt and perform in their international assignments. There are 4 predictors of a manager's ability to succeed as an expatriate. Self-orientation. The expatriate has attributes that strengthen his or her self-esteem, self-confidence, and mental well-being. Mark Mendenhall and Gary Audu, The Dimensions of Expatriate Acculturation, Academy of Management Review 10, 1985, 39-47. Others orientation. The expatriate has attributes that enhance his or her ability to interact effectively with host country nationals, e.g., sociability and openness. Paula M. Caligieri, Selecting Expatriates for Personality Characteristics. Moderating effective personality on the relationship between host national contact and cross-cultural adjustment. Management International Review 40, number 1, 2065. Access January 29, 2011. Perceptual ability. The expatriate has the ability to understand why people of other countries behave the way they do. Mark Mendenhall and Gary Audu, The Dimensions of Expatriate Acculturation, Academy of Management Review 10, 1985, 39-47. Cultural toughness. The expatriate has the ability to adjust to a particular posting given the culture of the assignment's country. J. Stuart Black, Mark Mendenhall, and Gary Audu, toward a comprehensive model of international adjustment, an integration of multiple theoretical perspectives, Academy of Management Review 16, number 2, 1991, 291-317. Individuals who are high on all 4 dimensions are generally better able to cope and thrive with an expat experience. Research also shows that a global mindset, i.e., having cognitive complexity, the ability to differentiate, articulate, and integrate, and a cosmopolitan outlook, greatly increases the chances that a global manager will be successful in international assignments. Joanna S. Story. Testing the impact of global mindset on positive organizational outcomes, a multi-level analysis, PhD Dis. University of Nebraska at Lincoln, April 2010, access January 29, 2011. http://digitalcommons, unl.edu/agalcetus/4, Mansoor Javidin, Bringing the Global Mindset to Leadership, Harvard Business Review, blog, May 19, 2010. Access January 29, 2011. Ironically, however, Studies show that most firms select expatriate managers on the basis of technical expertise and do not factor in a global mindset. Firms that use expatriates to staff international operations must be aware of and prepare for the possibility of expatriate failure, which means that the expatriate returns to the home country before completing the international assignment. Researchers estimate the expatriate failure rate to be 40% to 55%. J. Stuart Black, H. B. Gregerson, Mark Mendenhall, and L. K. Stroh, Globalizing People Through International Assignments, Reading, Massachusetts, Addison Wesley, 1999. For example, cultural issues can easily create misunderstandings between expatriate managers and employees, suppliers, customers, and local government officials. Given the high cost of expatriate failure, international assignment decisions are often made too lightly in many companies. There are several factors that contribute to expatriate failure in U.S.-headquartered multinational firms. The expatriate's spouse is unable to adapt to a foreign culture, or there are other family-related reasons. The expatriate is unable to adjust to the new culture or lacks personal or emotional maturity to function well in the new country. The expatriate is unable to handle the larger overseas responsibilities. The challenge is to overcome the natural tendency to hire a well-known corporate insider over an unknown local at the international site. Here are some indications to consider in determining whether an expatriate or a local hire would be best. Managers may want to choose an expatriate when the following factors are true. Company-specific technology or knowledge is important. Confidentiality in the staff position is an issue. There is a need for speed, i.e., assigning an expatriate is usually faster than hiring a local. Work rules regarding local workers are restrictive. The corporate strategy is focused on global integration. Managers may want to staff the position with a local hire when the following factors are true. The need to interact with local customers, suppliers, employees, or officials is paramount. The corporate strategy is focused on multi-domestic or market-oriented operations. Cost is an issue, i.e., expatriates often bring high relocation/travel costs. Immigration rules regarding foreign workers are restrictive. There are large cultural distances between the host country and candidate expatriates, Rebecca E. Weems, ethnocentric staffing and international assignments, a transaction cost theory approach, presentation, Academy of Management Conference, San Diego, California, August 9th to 12th, 1998. Key takeaways. Effective selection and placement means finding and hiring the right employees for your organization and then putting them into the jobs for which they are best suited. Providing an accurate and complete job description is a key step in the selection process. An important determination is whether the candidate's personality is a good fit for the company's culture. Interviewing is a common selection method. Situational interviews ask candidates to describe how they handled specific situations in the past, experience-based situational interviews, and how they would handle hypothetical questions in the future. Future-oriented situational interviews. Other selection tools include cognitive tests, personality inventories, and behavioral traits assessments. Specific personalities may be best suited for positions that require sales, teamwork, or entrepreneurship, respectively. In our increasingly global economy, managers need to decide between using expatriates and hiring locals when staffing international locations. 12.4 The roles of pay structure and pay for performance. Learning objectives. Explain the factors to be considered when setting pay levels. Understand the value of pay for performance plans. Discuss the challenges of individual versus team-based pay. Compensation design issues for global firms. Pay can be thought of in terms of the total reward that includes an individual's base salary, variable pay, share ownership, and other benefits. A bonus, for example, is a form of variable pay. A bonus is a one-time cash payment, often awarded for exceptional performance. Providing employees with an annual statement of all the benefits they receive can help them understand the full value of what they are getting. Ines Anderson, Human Resources, War or Revolution, Mondack Business Briefing, August 1, 2007. There are 5 areas that global firms must manage when designing their compensation strategy. The first involves setting up a worldwide compensation system. What this means is that the firm is coordinating each country's compensation in such a way that the overall collection of countries operates as a system. Management, for instance, will have decided which features of the system to standardize and which ones to adapt to local customs, cultures, and practices. The second part of the strategy involves decisions about how to compensate third country nationals. A third country national, TCN, is an individual who is a citizen of neither the United States nor the host country and who is hired by the U.S. government or a government-sanctioned contractor to perform work in the host country. TCNs most often perform work on government contracts in the role of a private military contractor. The term can also be applied to foreign workers employed in private industry in the Arab Gulf region, e.g., Kuwait, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia, in which it's common to outsource work to non-citizens. The last 3 areas of compensation strategy relate to questions about international benefits and related taxes, pension plans, and stock ownership plans. With expatriates, for instance, pay is but a small percentage of total compensation. A typical expatriate package will include the following: Carly Chenoweth, King of the Expat Package, Times, London, March 14, 2010, Access July 26, 2010. A cost of living allowance to protect the employee's purchasing power. The goal is equalization, not a bonus. A mobility premium of 5% to 15% of gross salary. A hardship allowance of up to 30% for employees moving to difficult areas. Reasonable costs for moving furniture. Schooling costs for children between 4 and 18 years of age. Family support to cover language and cultural training and help for the spouse to find work. A one-off payment, usually of 1 month's salary, to cover miscellaneous expenses. Did you know? As firms enter emerging markets to take advantage of the tremendous growth opportunities there, they are finding that they need to develop in-country talent rather than just send expatriates. The knowledge that in-country managers have of the local culture and the sheer numbers of employees that will be needed to staff local operations drive managers to hire locally. Senior HR professionals need to ask themselves the following questions. How many of our current executives live in the countries where we do business? Is the number of native executives proportional to the revenue of those countries? How many of our senior executive team are from countries where we are experiencing growth? It takes time to build talent in emerging markets where the talent pool may be less experienced, so HR managers need to plan ahead. Pay system elements. As summarized in Table 12.1 Elements of a Pay System, pay can take the form of direct or indirect compensation. Non-monetary pay can include any benefit an employee receives from an employer or job that doesn't involve tangible value. This includes career and social rewards, job security, flexible hours, opportunities for growth, praise and recognition, task enjoyment, and friendships. Direct pay is an employee's base wage. It can be an annual salary, hourly wage, or any performance-based pay that an employee receives, such as profit-sharing bonuses. Table 12.1 Elements of a Pay System. Non-monetary pay. Benefits that don't involve tangible value. Direct pay. Employee's base wage. Indirect pay. Everything from legally required programs to health insurance, retirement, housing, etc. Basic pay. Cash wages paid to the employee. Because paying a wage is a standard practice, the competitive advantage can only come by paying a higher amount. Incentive pay. A bonus paid when specified performance objectives are met. May inspire employees to set and achieve a higher performance level and is an excellent motivator to accomplish firm goals. Stock options. A right to buy a piece of the business that may be given to an employee to reward excellent service. An employee who owns a share of the business is far more likely to go the extra mile for the operation. Bonuses. Gifts given occasionally to reward exceptional performance or for special occasions. Bonuses can show that an employer appreciates its employees and ensures that good performance or special events are rewarded. Source: Mason Carpenter, Talia Bauer, and Baron Erdogan, Principles of Management, Nyack, New York, Unnamed Publisher, 2009, accessed January 5, 2011. Indirect compensation is far more varied, including everything from Social Security and health insurance to retirement programs, paid leave, child care, and housing. U.S. law requires some indirect compensation elements, e.g., Social Security, unemployment, and disability payments. Other indirect elements are up to the employer and can serve as excellent ways to provide benefits to both the employees and the employer. For example, a working parent may take a lower-paying job with flexible hours that will allow him to be home when the children get home from school. A recent graduate may be looking for stable work and an affordable place to live. Both of these individuals have different needs and, therefore, would appreciate different compensation elements. Setting pay levels. When setting pay levels for positions, managers should make sure that the pay level is fair relative to what other employees in the position are being paid. Part of the pay level is determined by similar pay levels at other companies. If your company pays substantially less than others, it's going to be the last choice of employment, unless it offers something overwhelmingly positive to offset the low pay, such as flexible hours or a fun, congenial work atmosphere. Besides these external factors, companies conduct a job evaluation to determine the internal value of the job. The more vital the job to the company's success, the higher the pay level. Jobs are often ranked alphabetically. A. Positions are those on which the company's value depends. B. Positions are somewhat less important in that they don't deliver as much upside to the company. And C. Positions are those of least importance. In some cases, these are outsourced. The most vital jobs to one company's success may not be the same in other companies. For example, information technology companies may put top priority on their software developers and programmers, whereas retailers such as Nordstrom would consider the frontline employees who provide personalized service as the A positions. For an airline, pilots would be a B job because, although they need to be well trained, investing further in their training is unlikely to increase the airline's profits. C positions for a retailer might include back-office bill processing, while an information technology company might classify customer service as a C job. When setting reward systems, it's important to pay for what the company actually hopes to achieve. Steve Kerr, a senior advisor and former chief learning officer at Goldman Sachs, talks about the common mistakes that companies make with their reward systems, such as saying they value teamwork but only rewarding individual effort. Similarly, companies say they want innovative thinking or risk-taking, but they reward people who make the numbers. Stephen Kerr, on the folly of rewarding for A while hoping for B, Academy of Management Executive 9, Number 1, 1995, 25-37. If companies truly want to achieve what they hope for, they need payment systems aligned with their goals. For example, if retention of star employees is important to your company, reward managers who retain top talent. At PepsiCo, for instance, a third of a manager's bonus is tied directly to how well the manager did at developing and retaining employees. Tying compensation to retention makes managers accountable, and Field and Ken Gordon, Dear Stars See a Reason to Stay? Harvard Management Update 13, Number 6, 2008 5-6. As you can imagine, One of the reasons that firms seek workers in other countries is to take advantage of the low relative cost of labor. As shown in the following figure, the most recent U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics data show that the United States is among the costliest countries for manufacturing employees, exceeded only by Canada and countries in the Euro area, Austria, Belgium, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Ireland, Italy, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Portugal, Slovakia, and Spain. Source: U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, International Comparisons of Hourly Compensation Costs in Manufacturing, 2009, News Release, March 8, 2011, Access June 3, 2011. http://www.bls.gov/news, release/pdf/hcc.pdf. It's important to point out, however, that simply because a company locates an operation in a lower pay market doesn't necessarily mean that the cost of the operation will be less. For instance, in a 2009 interview, Emmanuel Hemmerly, a principal with executive search firm Heidrick & Struggles, noted, "There's a wrong assumption with regard to China. Headquarters in Japan, in Europe, in the U.S. tend to believe that China, because it's low cost, should be cheaper in terms of executives' packages. Nothing is more wrong. In fact, if you want to woo top talent, you're going to have to pay the right amounts. Often you end up with packages for similar skill sets, similar responsibility, scope, size, everything, that is higher in China than what would be the case with similar counterparts in Europe and the U.S. And we spend a lot of time coaching companies, especially those that are headquartered overseas, that they need to invest in talent, in much the same way as they would invest to create a new research center, to create new production facilities in China. They need to invest in the talent. If you want top talent, you're going to have to pay for it. We're starting to see some interesting trends. We can start seeing a number of top talents who meet the international best standards, who could compete with their peers in the US or in Europe, and I'm talking about in terms of performance, in terms of skill sets. And probably, we're going to start seeing more and more of that. I believe that it makes less and less sense to have Westerners, or expatriates, let's say, who are compensated twice or 3 times as much as the local mainland Chinese, while performance is equivalent or sometimes even lower. That will create issues, very serious issues, in your organization. I'm always concerned and worried when a company tells me that they want to localize because they want to drive down costs. There's a host of reasons that are better reasons than just cost. Clay Chandler, Winning the Talent War in China, McKinsey Quarterly, November 2009, Access July 26, 2010. As the Heidrick & Struggles example suggests, it's often a dilemma whether a multinational company should localize or globalize its compensation for the local managers. If they pay them on the basis of global standards, a higher cost will emerge. If not, it will be difficult to retain them. Pay inequity will often lead to a sense of unfairness. You can imagine a local manager asking herself, "Why should I get 2 or 3 times less pay even when I deliver a better performance than the expatriates?" Pay for performance. As its name implies, pay for performance ties paid directly to an individual's performance in meeting specific business goals or objectives. Managers, often together with the employees themselves, design performance targets to which the employees will be held accountable. The targets have accompanying metrics that enable employees and managers to track performance. The metrics can be financial indicators, or they can be indirect indicators such as customer satisfaction or speed of development. Pay-for-performance schemes often combine a fixed base salary with a variable pay component, e.g., bonuses or stock options, that varies with the individual's performance. Innovative employer recognition programs. In addition to regular pay structures and systems, companies often create special programs that reward exceptional employee performance. For example, the financial software company Intuit instituted a program called Spotlight. The purpose of Spotlight is to spotlight performance, innovation, and service dedication. David Hoyt, Spotlight, Global Strategic Recognition Program, Stanford Graduate School of Business Case Study, access January 30th, 2009, keep this equals true. Unlike regular salaries or year-end bonuses, Spotlight Awards can be given on the spot for specific behavior that meets the reward criteria, such as filing a patent, inventing a new product, or meeting a milestone for years of service. Rewards can be cash awards of $500 to $3,000 and can be made by managers without high-level approval. In addition to cash and non-cash awards, 2 Intuit awards feature a trip with $500 in spending money. Eric Mosley, Intuit spotlights strategic importance of global employee recognition, global trends in human resource management. Blog, August 15th, 2008. Access January 30th, 2009. Pay structures for groups and teams. So far, we have discussed pay in terms of individual compensation, but many employers also use compensation systems that reward all the organization's employees as a group or various groups and teams within the organization. Let's examine some of these less traditional pay structures. Gain sharing. Sometimes called profit sharing, gain sharing is a form of pay for performance. In gain sharing, the organization shares the financial gains with employees. Employees receive a portion of the profit achieved from their efforts. How much they receive is determined by their performance against the plan. Here's how gain sharing works. First, the organization must measure the historical baseline performance. Then, if employees help improve the organization's performance on those measures, they share in the financial rewards achieved. This sharing is typically determined by a formula. The effectiveness of a gain-sharing plan depends on employees seeing a relationship between what they do and how well the organization performs. The larger the organization, the harder it is for employees to see the effects of their work. Therefore, gain-sharing plans are more effective in companies with fewer than 1,000 people. Edward E. Lawler III. The Ultimate Advantage, San Francisco, Joss Ebase, 1992. Gain-sharing success also requires the company to have good performance metrics in place so that employees can track their process. The gain-sharing plan can only be successful if employees believe and see that if they perform better, they will be paid more. The pay should be given as soon as possible after the performance so that the tie between the two is established. When designing systems to measure performance, realize that performance appraisals need to focus on quantifiable measures. Designing these measures with input from the employees helps make the measures clear and understandable to employees and increases their gain-sharing buy-in. Team-based pay. Many managers seek to build teams, but face the question of how to motivate all the members to achieve the team's goals. As a result, team-based pay is becoming increasingly accepted. In 1992, only 3% of companies had team-based pay. Thomas Flannery, People, Performance, and Pay, New York. Free Press, 1996, 117. By 1999, 80% of companies had team-based pay. Charlotte Garvey, Steer Teams with the Right Pay, HR Magazine, May 2002, access January 30th, 2011, tag equals untagged. With increasing acceptance and adoption comes different choices and options of how to structure team-based pay. One way is to first identify the type of team you have, parallel, work, project, or partnership, and then choose the pay option that's most appropriate. Parallel teams are teams that exist alongside, parallel to, an individual's daily team. For example, a person may be working in the accounting department, but may also be asked to join a team on productivity. Parallel teams usually meet on a part-time rather than a full-time basis and are often interdepartmental and formed to deal with a specific issue. The reward for performance on this team would typically be a merit increase or a recognition award, cash or non-cash, for performance on the team. A project team is another temporary team, but it meets full-time for the life of the project. For example, a team may be formed to develop a new product and then disband when the new product is completed. The pay schemes appropriate for this team include profit sharing, recognition rewards, and stock options. Team members may be asked to evaluate each other's performance. A partnership team is formed around a joint venture or strategic alliance. Profit sharing in the venture is the most common pay structure. Finally, with the work team, all individuals work together daily to accomplish their jobs. Skill-based pay and gain sharing are the payment schemes of choice, with team members evaluating one another's performance. Pay systems that reward both team and individual performance. There are two main theories of how to reward employees. Nancy Katz characterized the theories as two opposing camps. The first camp advocates rewarding individual performance through plans such as commission sales schemes and merit-based pay. The claim is that this will increase employees' energy, drive, willingness to take risks, and task identification. The disadvantages of rewarding individual performance are that employees will cooperate less, that high performers may be resented by others in the corporation, and that low performers may try to undermine top performers. Nancy R. Katz, promoting a healthy balance between individual achievement and team success. The impact of hybrid reward systems. Presentation. Do rewards make a difference? Session. Academy of Management Conference, San Diego, California. August 9th to 12th, 1998. The second camp believes that organizations should reward team performance without regard for individual accomplishment. This reward system is thought to bring the advantages of increased helping and cooperation, sharing of information and resources, and mutual respect among employees. The disadvantages of team-based reward schemes are that they create a lack of drive, that low performers become free riders, and that high performers may withdraw or become tough cops. Free riders are individuals who benefit from the actions of others without contributing or paying their fair share of the costs. The term can apply to individuals who do not do their fair share of work on teams, and it can also apply to firms that benefit from a shared resource but do not pay or contribute to its creation or maintenance. Katz sought to identify reward schemes that achieve the best of both worlds. These hybrid pay systems would reward individual and team performance and promote excellence at both levels. Katz suggested two possible hybrid reward systems. The first system features a base rate of pay for individual performance that increases when the group reaches a target level of performance. In this reward system, individuals have a clear pay-for-performance incentive, and their rate of pay increases when the group as a whole does well. In the second hybrid, the pay-for-performance rate also increases when a target is reached. Under this reward system, however, every team member must reach a target level of performance before the higher pay rate kicks in. In contrast with the first hybrid, this reward system clearly incentivizes the better performers to aid poorer performers. Only when the poorest performer reaches the target does the higher pay rate kick in. Key takeaways. Compensation plans reward employees for contributing to company goals. Pay levels should reflect the value of each type of job to the company's overall success. For some companies, technical jobs are the most vital, whereas for others, frontline customer service positions determine the success of the company against its competitors. Companies should identify the types of teams they have, parallel, work, project, or partnership, and then choose the pay options that are most appropriate. Pay-for-performance plans tie an individual's pay directly to their ability to meet performance targets. These plans can reward individual performance or team performance, or a combination of the two. 12.5 Tying it all together, using the HRM Balance Scorecard to gauge and manage human capital, including your own. Learning objectives. Describe the Balance Scorecard method and how it can be applied to HRM. Discuss what is meant by human capital. Understand why metrics are important to improving company performance. Consider how your human capital might be mapped on an HRM Balance Scorecard. Applying the Balance Scorecard method to HRM. You may already be familiar with the Balance Scorecard, a tool that helps managers measure what matters to a company. Developed by Robert Kaplan and David Norton, the Balance Scorecard helps managers define the performance categories that relate to the company's strategy. The managers then translate those categories into metrics and track performance on those metrics. Besides traditional financial and quality measures, companies use employee performance measures to track their employees' knowledge, skills, and contributions to the company. Robert S. Kaplan and David P. Norton, The Balance Scorecard, Boston. Harvard Business School Press, 1996. The employee performance aspects of the Balance Scorecard analyze employee capabilities, satisfaction, retention, and productivity. Companies also track whether employees are motivated, e.g., by tracking the number of suggestions made and implemented by employees, and whether employee performance goals are aligned with company goals. Applying the Balance Scorecard method to HRM. Because the Balance Scorecard focuses on the strategy and metrics of the business, Mark Huselid and his colleagues took this concept a step further and developed the Workforce Scorecard to provide a framework specific to HRM. According to Huselid, the Workforce Scorecard identifies and measures the behaviors, skills, mindsets, and results required for the workforce to contribute to the company's success. Specifically, as summarized in the following figure, the Workforce Scorecard has 4 key sequential elements. Mark A. Huselid, Brian E. Becker, and Richard W. Beatty. The Workforce Scorecard. Managing Human Capital to Execute Strategy. Boston, Harvard Business School Press, 2005. Workforce Mindset and Culture. Does the workforce understand the strategy and embrace it? Does the workforce have the culture needed to support strategy execution? Workforce competencies. Does the workforce, especially in the strategically important or A positions, have the skills it needs to execute the strategy? Remember that A positions are those job categories most vital to the company's success. Leadership and workforce behaviors. Are the leadership team and workforce consistently behaving in ways that will lead to the attainment of the company's key strategic objectives? Workforce success. Has the workforce achieved the key strategic objectives for the business? If the organization can answer yes to the first 3 elements, then the answer should be yes here as well. Mark A. Huselid, Brian E. Becker, and Richard W. Beatty. A players or a positions. The Strategic Logic of Workforce Management, Harvard Business Review 83, number 12, December 2005. The Workforce Balance Scorecard bridges HRM best practices and the firm's comprehensive balance scorecard. Human capital. Implementing the Workforce Scorecard requires a change in perspective from seeing people as a cost to seeing people as the company's most important asset to be managed, human capital. As discussed in Section 12.1, the changing role of strategic human resources management in international business, human capital is the collective sum of the attributes, life experiences, knowledge, inventiveness, energy, and enthusiasm that a company's employees choose to invest in their work. Such an asset is difficult to measure because it's intangible, and factors like inventiveness are subjective and open to interpretation. The challenge for managers, then, is to develop measurement systems that are more rigorous and provide a frame of reference. The metrics can range from activity-based, transactional, metrics to strategic ones. Transactional metrics are the easiest to measure and include counting the number of new people hired, fired, transferred, and promoted. The measures associated with these include the cost of each new hire, the length of time and cost associated with transferring an employee, and so forth. Typical ratios associated with transactional metrics include the training cost factor, i.e., the total training cost divided by the number of employees trained, and training cost percentage, i.e., the total training cost divided by the operating expense, Leslie A. Weatherly, the value of people, the challenges and opportunities of human capital measurement and reporting, SHRM Research Quarterly 3, 2003-14-25, accessed February 6, 2011. But these transactional measures don't get at the strategic issues, namely, whether the right employees are being trained and whether they're remembering and using what they learned. Measuring training effectiveness requires not only devising metrics, but also changing the nature of the training. Ethics in action. How to initiate an ethics program. The balanced scorecard doesn't explicitly have a facet on global ethics, but that doesn't mean you can't add one. Fostering business ethics awareness in today's multicultural workplace and global marketplace is only the beginning. The following initiatives can be implemented to your corporate ethics program. Uncover or discover what the burning ethical issues are in your organization worldwide. This may involve conducting a broad survey to a cross-section of all employees, covering all areas and departments of the organization worldwide. Make ethics explicit by developing a clear code of conduct that is based on values and that deals directly and cross-culturally with issues. Once articulated, the challenge is to communicate and inculcate this explicit code throughout the organization. Provide opportunities to learn about ethical dilemmas and how to resolve them. Practice doing so in non-threatening, experiential ways, such as through simulation training or case studies. This might involve creating an ethics program built around the organization's explicit code of conduct. Network with others in your industry and with ethics personnel from other organizations and industries. This is an effective way to learn the best practices in the field and to benchmark your organization. Review the ethical state of health on a continual basis by repeatedly revisiting your research, communication and training programs, code of conduct, and so forth. Times change and strategies shift. Thus, there is always a need to revisit the subject. Don't expect the core values to change. However, one word in a definition may need to be edited or replaced, or a new value may emerge that is critical to the future character and success of your business. The BMO Bank of Montreal has taken this step. What we're trying to do at the Bank of Montreal is to build learning into what it is that people are doing, said Jim Rush of the Bank of Montreal's Institute for Learning. The difficulty with training as we once conceived it is that you're taken off your job, you're taken out of context, you're taken away from those things that you're currently working on, and you go through some kind of training. And then you've got to come back and begin to apply that. Well, you walk back to that environment and it hasn't changed. It's not supportive or conducive to you behaving in a different kind of way, so you revert back to the way you were, very naturally. To overcome this, the bank conducts training such that teams bring in specific tasks on which they're working, so that they learn by doing. This removes the gap between learning in one context and applying it in another. The bank then looks at performance indices directly related to the bottom line. If we take an entire business unit through a program designed to help them learn how to increase the market share of a particular product, we can look at market share and see if it improved after the training, Rush said. Jim Rush, interview by Andrea Meyer. Fast Company, July 1995. Motorola has adopted a similar approach, using action learning in its senior executive program. Action learning teams are assigned a specific project by Motorola's CEO and are responsible for implementing the solutions they design. This approach not only educates the team members, but also lets them implement the ideas, so they're in a position to influence the organization. In this way, the training seamlessly supports Motorola's goals. As you can see in these examples, organizations need employees to apply their knowledge to activities that add value to the company. In planning and applying human capital measures, managers should use both retrospective, lagging, and prospective, leading indicators. Lagging indicators are those that tell the company what it has accomplished, e.g., the Bank of Montreal's documenting the effect that training had on a business unit's performance. Leading indicators are forecasts that help an organization see where it is headed. Leading indicators include employee learning and growth indices. Leslie A. Weatherly, The Value of People, The Challenges and Opportunities of Human Capital Measurement and Reporting, SHRM Research Quarterly 3, 2003-14-25, accessed February 6, 2011. Ethics in Action. As Mark Vickers of the Human Resource Institute points out, global corporations often have to operate in nations where bribery, sexual harassment, racial discrimination, and a variety of other issues are not uniformly viewed as illegal or even unethical. Mark R. Vickers, Business Ethics and the HR Role, Past, Present, and Future, Human Resource Planning 28, Number 1, 2005. Accessed January 28, 2011. As a result, companies must grapple with maintaining an enterprise-wide standard of ethics in countries where these practices are not the norm and may even be counter to local traditions. For many companies, China may be the test bed for dealing with these issues. A recent study reported that in China, there is a need to harness the largely neglected ethical dimension to transform business practice along international standards at a minimum. Fraud and corruption must be suppressed in an atmosphere where contract and property rights are clearly defined and honored. Philip C. Wright, Sito Wingfu, and S. K. Lee, Ethical Perceptions in China. The Reality of Business Ethics in an International Context. Management Decision 41, Number 2, 2003-182. As countries work together to develop multinational trade and labor agreements, a common set of ethical norms will develop over time, but the process will not happen overnight. In the meantime, companies will need to think internally about how to handle ethical issues in a way that makes sense at home and abroad. Philip C. Wright, Sito Wingfu, and S. K. Lee, Ethical Perceptions in China. The Reality of Business Ethics in an International Context. Management Decision 41, Number 2, 2003-180-89. The Payoff. Given the complexity of trying to measure intangibles with metrics and a scorecard, some managers may be inclined to ask, why bother doing all this? Research by John Lingle and William Skeeman provides a clear answer. Companies that make a concerted effort to measure intangibles such as employee performance, innovation, and change in addition to measuring financial benchmarks perform better. Lingle and Skeeman examined how executives measured 6 strategic performance areas. 1. Financial performance. 2. Operating efficiency. 3. Customer satisfaction. 4. Employee performance. 5. Innovation and change. And 6. Community/environment issues. To evaluate how carefully the measures were tracked, the researchers asked the executives, how highly do you value the information in each strategic performance area, and would you bet your job on the quality of the information on each of these areas? The researchers found that the companies that paid the closest attention to the metrics and had the most credible information were the ones that had been identified as industry leaders over the previous 3 years, e.g., 74% of measurement-managed companies, but only 44% of others, and reported financial performance in the top third of their industry, e.g., 83% compared with 52%. Leslie A. Weatherly, The Value of People, The Challenges and Opportunities of Human Capital Measurement and Reporting, HR Magazine, January 30th, 2011. The Workforce Scorecard is vital because most organizations have much better control and accountability over their raw materials than they do over their workforce. For example, a retailer can quickly identify the source of a bad product, but the same retailer can't identify a poor manager whose negative attitude is poisoning morale and strategic execution. Brian E. Becker and Mark A. Huselid. Strategic Human Resources Management. Where do we go from here? Journal of Management 32, number 6, 2006, 898 to 925. Key takeaways. The Balanced Scorecard, when applied to HRM, helps managers align all HRM activities with the company's strategic goals. Assigning metrics to the HRM activities lets managers track progress on goals and ensure that they're working towards strategic objectives. It adds rigor and lets managers quickly identify gaps. Companies that measure intangibles such as employee performance, innovation, and change perform better financially than companies that don't use such metrics. Rather than investing equally in training for all jobs, a company should invest disproportionately more in developing the people in the key strategic jobs on which the company's success is most dependent. 12.6 Tips in your Walkabout Toolkit. Applying the Balanced Scorecard method to your human capital. Let's translate the Workforce Scorecard to your own Balanced Scorecard of human capital. As a reminder, the idea behind the HRM scorecard is that if developmental attention is given to each area, then the organization will be more likely to be successful. In this case, however, you use the scorecard to better understand why you may or may not be effective in your current work setting. When you create the Workforce Scorecard for your company, it should comprise 4 sets of answers and activities. Mason Carpenter, Talia Bauer, and Baron Erdogan, Principles of Management, Nyack, New York, Unnamed Publisher, 2009, accessed January 5th, 2011. What are your mindset and values? Do you understand the organization's strategy and embrace it? And do you know what to do in order to implement the strategy? If you answered no to either of these questions, then you should consider investing some time in learning about your firm's strategy. For the second half of this question, you may need additional coursework or mentoring to understand what it takes to move the firm's strategy forward. What are your work-related competencies? Do you have the skills and abilities to get your job done? If you have aspirations to key positions in the organization, do you have the skills and abilities for those higher roles? What are the leadership and workforce behaviors? If you aren't currently in a leadership position, do you know how consistently your leaders are behaving in regard to the achievement of strategic objectives? If you are one of the leaders, are you behaving strategically? How are you contributing to the organization's success? Can you tie your mindset, values, competencies, and behaviors to the organization's performance and success? This simple scorecard assessment will help you understand why your human capital is helping the organization or needs additional development itself. With such an assessment in hand, you can act to help the firm succeed and identify priority areas for personal growth, learning, and development. 12.7 End of chapter questions and exercises. These exercises are designed to ensure that the knowledge you gain from this book about international business meets the learning standards set out by the International Association to Advance Collegiate Schools of Business, ACSB International. Association to Advance Collegiate Schools of Business website, accessed January 26, 2010, http://www.aacsb.edu. ACSB is the premier accrediting agency of collegiate business schools and accounting programs worldwide. It expects that you will gain knowledge in the areas of communication, ethical reasoning, analytical skills, use of information technology, multiculturalism and diversity, and reflective thinking. Experiential exercises. ACSB, communication, use of information technology, analytical skills. One of the reasons that firms seek to employ people in other countries is the relative cost of labor. Visit the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics website and scan the available comparison data for international compensation. http://www.bls.gov/FLS/FLSHCAINDNAICS.htm. Which countries have the lowest wages? Which have the highest? Why wouldn't companies always locate their operations where labor costs are the lowest? You are an SHRM consultant called in by an American firm that wants to staff its new international operations with expatriates. They have asked you to compile a checklist of the key concerns the company should address and steps it should go through before embarking on this endeavor. Engage Michigan State University's Global Edge site, http://globalg.msu.edu, and similar resources to prepare your report. Drawing on information in this chapter and in resources such as Global Edge, design a preparation plan that might improve the chances for success in foreign assignments. Does your plan include selection criteria as well? Why or why not? If so, what might these selection criteria be? Pick a foreign country where you'd like to sign up for a job assignment. How well do you know the business practices in that country? To see how well you understand the ways of doing business in other countries, go to Quintessential Language and Cultural Specialists webpage at. Click on Tools and Resources. From here, you can choose several online quizzes to test your knowledge of business etiquette in a number of countries. Ethical Dilemmas. ACSB. Ethical reasoning, multiculturalism, reflective thinking, analytical skills. Your company is just beginning to branch out of the United States, and your CEO suggests that it might be good for the company to put its ethical standards related to SHRM into writing for the entire company. Regarding selection and placement, job design, compensation and rewards, and diversity management, what standards would you propose? How would you go about determining if these standards fit every country in which your company wishes to do business? Your company's home country believes in gender equality. What happens when locals from another country follow that country's customs by treating a female expatriate employee as a second-class citizen? What obligations does your company have to her? How should she respond? Your company appears to be taking unfair advantage of the working conditions in an overseas subsidiary in which you work. At the same time, however, your company is providing much sought-after employment in this developing region. Your conscience is bothered. What should you do? What rights and obligations does your company have in such a situation? What is talent acquisition, and how can it create a competitive advantage for a company? We've discussed some of the key focus areas that human resource management professionals need to address to ensure that employees are performing their roles well and are being fairly rewarded for their contributions. We haven't yet addressed how we think about where these employees come from. Whom do we hire? What skills do we need now and in the future? Where will we even look for these employees? What are some best practices? Talent acquisition is the area within human resource management that defines the strategy for selection, recruiting, and hiring processes and helps the organization fight the war for talent during good times and bad. Hiring strong talent is a key source of competitive advantage for a company, yet so many companies do it poorly. Often, the recruiting and hiring processes happen reactively. Someone leaves the organization, and then people scramble to fill the gap. Very few companies take a longer-term, proactive approach and work to create a strategic plan for talent acquisition. In the article, The Definitive Guide to Recruiting in Good Times and Bad, Fernandez-Arias, Groisberg, Noria, HBR, 2009, the authors advocate for a rigorous and strategic recruiting process that includes the following critical actions. Anticipate your future leadership needs based on your strategic business plan. Identify the specific competencies required in each position you need to fill. Develop a sufficiently large candidate pool. In organizations today, there are often pieces of the talent acquisition process that are outsourced to external recruiters, as opposed to being managed internally by human resources employees. While outsourcing specific searches is not an issue, there must be internal HR/talent acquisition employees responsible for creating the overall strategic plan for the recruiting function. Contract recruiters may then take responsibility for a piece of the overall process by leveraging the strategy and competencies that the HR team puts forth. 10. Recruiting and hiring of high-level leadership candidates has special risks and rewards associated with it. The risk that a key leadership position is vacant or becoming vacant poses a risk to the organization if it is left open for too long. These high-level positions are often harder to fill, with fewer candidates being available and the selection of the right talent being so critical to the organization's future. The reward, however, is that with due diligence and clear goals and competencies/skills defined for the position, the HR/talent acquisition professional can create a competitive advantage through the recruitment of key high-level talent. The following best practices illustrate the key steps for effective recruiting of key leadership hires. Both human resources and business leadership should partner to discuss and define each of the elements to ensure alignment and support of the recruiting plan and process. Definitive Guide to Recruiting, HBR, 2009. Anticipate your needs. Every 2 to 3 years, there should be a review of high-level leadership requirements based on the strategic plan. Some of the questions to answer here are: how many people will we need, and in what positions, in the next few years? What will the organizational structure look like? What must our leadership pipeline contain today to ensure that we find and